Okay, so I'll call to order the meeting of the Board of Equalization, June 24, 2024. The first matter on our schedule is the discussion of the proposed revisions to the Board of Equalization Rules of Procedure. These were distributed by Mr. Lynch on May 23rd, 2024, in accordance with the time limits applicable to the distribution of those materials. So the chief revision being proposed by the assessor's office is the addition of paragraph 5, preparation for hearings, which would permit or require as a condition for the appeal, the applicant to permit an inspection by the assessor's office. And the assessor, as part of this proposal, will direct staff to conduct an inspection if one has not already been completed in that tax year for another reason. So it could I represent that as two changes here. One is that there would be an inspection each year for each appeal, and two, that the appellant would not need to consent to the inspection. The applicant would have to allow it. And those are the only changes, just some other numbering revisions for paragraphs 5 through 9, now 6 through 10. So now it's open for discussion.
I'm not inclined to make it a requirement for the appeal. I think you should make it clear to them that it's could impact their arguments if they're not allowed. But I just don't. That's just my opinion. I don't think so.
Anyone else have a perspective on paragraph 5 in the form submitted by Mr. Lynch?
I think if you're gonna appeal, everybody should be treated the same way and should have an inspection if it's warranted. If it hadn't been inspected recently in the past year or so, yeah.
So I guess as a reminder of the conversation we had about this the last time it was discussed, under Virginia Code section 58.1-3379 subpart F, the Board of Equalization has the ability to go upon and inspect any real estate subject to adjustment, and that would remain in place regardless of what we do with our bylaws. And I think that's mentioned specifically in subpart 5.3.
If the applicant does not allow for an inspection, what does that automatically mean? They can't appeal?
I think that's the question here. I'm asking that it mean they can't, that you won't accept the appeal. But the alternative is that you take that into account when you're making a decision on their question.
Yeah, I mean, that we're saying, you're asking if they don't allow an inspection inside the property, they're not allowed to do an appeal. We don't accept their appeal.
Correct.
We hear it. So we
Correct.
We don't allow it. We don't accept it. Same thing.
Does the bylaws need to say that? They kind of don't right now.
It doesn't require, my understanding, it doesn't require that they allow you in for them to make an appeal, right?
That is correct. It currently does not require.
You can ask.
Yes.
And they can say yes or they can say no, but it doesn't affect their ability to appeal.
That is correct.
Right. Again,
so that's kind of the point of this. If we put it in the rules of procedure, then that creates the rule that they would have to have an inspection. And we are talking about an interior inspection. Right. And ironically,
yeah, you're allowed to go on the property.
Well, actually, we had one last year, the year before, who didn't let us on the property at all. They said we could look at it from the street.
Right.
So
I mean, I just think that if they decide not to allow you to fully inspect it, I mean, frankly, it's a detriment to their argument. And I think that's enough of a, I think that's enough. You know, that's just I mean, I don't think it should preclude them from making an argument that they're overtaxed.
Okay.
And it's going to hurt their argument if they don't. So that's their choice. I don't feel like we should force, like you can't appeal it at all if you don't. I mean, it's going to affect their argument if they do not let you in. I've said it twice, so I'll not say that.
Peter, I can't recall if we discussed this last time, but are you aware of any other jurisdiction in the Commonwealth that requires an inspection as a condition of the appeal to a Board of Equalization?
I'm not aware. I haven't asked other jurisdictions.
Okay. So I stated my position on the record last time, which is just that I'm afraid this would chill, viable appeals for people who may not want someone in their property for any reason. But I guess I'll add to that is I'm not sure that we have the authority to condition an appeal on that consent. The 58.1 3380 says taxpayer or local authorities may apply for equalization. Any taxpayer may apply to the Board of Equalization for the adjustment to fair market value. I don't think that, we don't have a legal opinion on that. And my reading of it is not dispositive. But that would be the type of question that I would like to ask an attorney for the Board of Equalization probably before signing off on. And even if the opinion was that we were allowed to do it, I would still vote against it for the reason that I stated. And I'll wind up there. Does anyone else have a comment or further deliberation?
Peter, is your office, do you like this? Do you want it? The inspection?
Oh yeah, this
requirement?
is, yes. And so the reason why my office wants this is because we often get arguments about just very specific parts of a value of a property. And that's only one aspect of it. The other aspect is it's very easy to show, because the alternative sometimes is the applicant will show pictures of different pieces of the inside of the house. And that can be very misleading, where you can show one thing or a couple things that might be a negative, but you're not seeing the overall quality or overall condition of the house. So it makes it very difficult to go by that type of, when that is all that's submitted or allowed. So yeah, this is instigated by me because we feel that we get the best information when this happens. So if you guys agree with that, that's fine. If you are on the other side of that, that's fine too. I mean, with the more freedom or lack of intrusiveness or whatever you want to call that other side. So that's one kind of decision that you guys just need to make on whether to change this or not. The other part is quite often, more often than the inspection part of it, the applicant will try to narrow the focus of what the only thing they're appealing. I'm only appealing the land, or I'm only appealing this garage or something very specific. And we don't look at a property and say, okay, a la carte, let's see if the value of this garage is correct and ignore everything else. So really what we're after is every time is a holistic value of the property. And so the interior inspection question aside, it would also be nice to make it clear that the board also is considering, which you should be, the value of the property and not a specific component.
What, is it the assessor's office? Is it a habit for the assessor's office to request an interior inspection of every appellant's property that wasn't inspected the previous year as of today?
Yes, we do that automatically as soon as we get the application. So and quite often we have access because the applicant wants us to see, you know, what they're complaining about, what they're saying is causing their value to be lower. So for the most part, we do get that access. It's just those few that don't that we're asking for.
Understood. What percentage of the requests would you estimate go unmet or they decline to provide the consent to access?
I'd say it's pretty small, Billy. Yeah, it's pretty small percentage. So and kind of it comes down to us for as fairness. You know, when the majority of people are allowing it, then a few are not. And it's usually, we believe, in a case where they're trying to just push a specific point. It is, and I'm not going to say it's not sometimes because of COVID or because of other things that they just don't want people in their house for you know, health safety issues. So.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Are you looking for a motion to accept these changes or?
Yes, so I think you could move to, you know, table the motion. You could move to accept the changes as proposed by the assessor's office. Move to deny the changes, which I think would be accepting the Board of Equalization procedures as they were prepared in the prior year.
That is correct. Or amend it to some different thing. Yes.
I would say you did ask one question about interpretation of the state law. It's pretty open. It's like you may make a application. It doesn't say you may make an application with these conditions. It says you may make an application. I guess the question is, can each locality have reasonable regulations and rules regarding those? I just don't think this is reasonable, but I'm happy to wait until we get an answer. If you'd like to do that, I mean, that'd be a great. Even if it doesn't change our opinion, it's inform us.
So if we do that, I suppose we would also need to decide to.
I mean, there's not a critical time period on this, right? Because we've got all of our, so we have time to ask one more question, but
we have a
it's
motion.
Pretty obvious. I'm not inclined to prove it anyway, but.
Can we have a motion to table this pending legal advice?
I move we table this suggestion, requirement, whatever it is, until we seek legal advice over the next, between now and the end of the hearing, August 12th, something like that, and revisit it maybe at the end of August.
And can I add to that? Can you find out if any of your fellow assessors have any type of regulation like this? I mean, is there
I will see what I can find out.
You know, you send out y'all have internal communications amongst yourselves, I assume.
Correct.
Just ask. Okay.
Is there a second for Mr. Beard's motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All against? Okay. Motion passes. I realized that at the outset, sorry, first time doing this, I forgot to note that there is a quorum available. All 5 members are present in person. And then review the approval of agenda. The agenda for today covered the consideration of the assessor's request for revision to the Board of Equalization Rules of Procedure to allow inspections, which we've just decided. And there will be review and approval of minutes from our organizational meeting, either at the end of this meeting or at our next meeting. No reports of officers and BOE members, I believe. Was there any unfinished business from the previous hearing? I think the only other matter that we had decided on was that we would send the letter requesting legal representation. Is that right?
Yes, you said you were going to prepare that letter.
So I have a copy of the letter. And I think I'll print it or distribute it during the break for review and approval, if that works. Okay, sorry. Okay, new business. I guess we're prepared to hear from the applicant for Dunroven Farm LLC when he or she appears and is ready.
He is here, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning. We are the Board of Equalization. There's 30 minutes allocated to your appeal. Begin with the presentation of your case. You'll have 10 minutes, followed by a 7-minute presentation by the county assessor or his or her delegee, staff member. And then there will be a 3-minute rebuttal period. And that leaves 10 minutes for consideration or deliberation regarding the case. We had a little flexibility in those time periods, but try to be cognizant of the time. And we're ready when the appellant is ready.
Mike? Oh, yeah. Swearing witnesses also.
Oh, yes. Thank you for catching that.
You were testifying.
I'm going to swear you in before you begin your testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, folks, for asking me here to be involved. And I had the opportunity and the pleasure to come to this event last year, where I got some relief from about my request. And so after looking through the land extensively, I decided, hey, there might be some other things here that they could see and could reduce that even further. My name is Don Richardson. I've been in Charlottesville, with the exception of 4 years from the Air Force, since I started as an undergraduate in 1954. I've lived on the same property out near Whitehall for over 50 years, and I'm a retired physician here in Charlottesville, and now run a beef cattle farm. I found that property, and that's why I stayed in Charlottesville. It was a rundown place that had 3 old houses on it that were tearing them down, and even squatters were sitting in them, even using upstairs bedroom for a bathroom or whatever. The place was horrendous. But over the period of years, we've done a lot of improvements to make it better. I've talked extensively to Jim Faulkner of McLean Faulkner Realty, whom I've known for a long time. Also, Mike Guthrie and his people who do the land sales for the former Roy Wheeler Realty and whatever, and Ross Stevens of Stevens Realty. They all specialize in land sales, and I've talked with them last year before this meeting, and I've talked to them again this year, all 3 of them, and I've gotten a good bit of information from them coming from Mr. Faulkner, who has 50 years of experience in land sales, as much as anybody around. I want to start off by talking about the access road. People don't ordinarily talk about that, but I live on Clark Road. And for those of you folks who don't know, Clark Road is a 3.5-mile dirt and gravel road. It's got signs on it that says 15 miles per hour. It's a very narrow and also crooked, dirt gravel road. It has, it's impossible in many areas to pass a school bus or a truck on that. You might have to back up a 1/16 of a mile or so for somebody to get off on a driveway in order to get through it. It's really slick when you get some ice and snow on it. You can fall off. 1 mile of the 3.5 miles has a big drop off down to the Mormons River, and there is not one guardrail anywhere. Some of the drop offs are as far as 70 feet down. And if you slip off that thing, the saplings won't keep it from going all the way down. This is the most dangerous road in Albemarle County by far. I don't think it's any question about it. It is very, very difficult to pass or do anything. It's just so narrow a part of the way. So people don't like that. People don't like to drive in there, especially developers don't want to bring, and folks with big fancy new cars coming down. It's so dusty in the summertime that not only does the car get covered with dust, but also the filters inside get so covered that it's not a pleasant thing, and that diminishes the property, I think. And I've, in the presentation, I hope you folks have seen, I had a few pictures of the driveway or of Clark Road. I want to talk very briefly about McLean Faulkner's evaluation of the property. There are 3 properties on either side of us, very close by, often owned by Clark families, that have good road frontage and all. We are a family subdivision. We don't have a we have a right-of-way, a 20-foot right-of-way only, nearly a quarter of a mile to get from Clark Road to get into where our farm exists. I've tried to help get it paved and whatever, but the owner, the other part, Hugh Clark Jr., Buddy Clark, he doesn't want it paved. He doesn't want people to drive fast on it. I don't know if you can put vehicles up or put the houses up there with a 20-foot right-of-way anyway. I thought it had to be maybe 30 feet. But our driveway, our right-of-way, in one place is 15 degrees steep. It's very difficult. It's a gravel thing. When a great big rain comes, the gravel comes down. There's no way for the water to go off either side of the road. So the road is where all the drainage goes. And when we get a big rainstorm or something, the gravel washes off, it gets more rutted, and it's very, very difficult. Mr. Clark and myself have to maintain the road, but people that are going to put a house up there or something, they don't want to have to be part of building the road back up after every rainstorm because it's very difficult. Mr. Faulkner has got the value per acre of all the 3 adjacent lands, adjacent people that do have access. They have, division rights. I don't have any division rights at all. I can't get them because of the family subdivision. And Mr. Faulkner says for certain that the neighboring properties that have division rights, that always enhances the value of the property. And he says that Dunrovin Farm should be valued at no more than 40% of these neighboring property values due to the lack of road frontage, no division rights, the impossible driveway, and topography. 40%, he says, of the back part of our property is woodland and also critical slopes. There also, I think, was in your packet, was one that Ross Stevens put up for me, the critical, to show what the critical slopes are, how it's almost unusable property. He also found that none of these realtors could find a real true comparable, because they've not found one that doesn't have any road frontage, that just has a driveway. Not found any other property that's been sold recently or bought or whatever to get the value of what that is. But my contention is, because we don't have those, and Mr. Faulkner's too, that he says that in conclusion, my opinion is that Dunrobin farmland is valued too high at $8,688 per acre, and should be closer to $5,000 to $6,000 per acre maximum value. Let's see. The last year when I came in, Mr. Lynch was very kind and led the conference and such. But when he talked about comparables, we couldn't find any true comparables. He didn't have it. He listed it for where we are, but didn't have true comparables, because we don't have any possibility of selling property. We can give to 2 acres to somebody in the immediate family with that family subdivision, but we can't sell the land at all to somebody else, no matter how much they wanted to come in there to build a house on a few acres. We cannot sell it. You have, if developers came in to do it, he's got that 5%, forget the word of the phrase, 5%. Oh, shoot. When you have to pay for, if you have in this family subdivision, you would have to pull back to get the taxes. You'd have to pay 5 years of taxes if you were to buy that land before you could even start to develop. And I don't know the phraseology. Sorry about that.
You're referring to rollback taxes, Dr. Richardson.
I'm sorry.
You're referring to rollback taxes, I believe.
Yes, that's what I was referring to. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
I just couldn't think of the word right, and I don't use it very often. But also at our place, if a developer might want to use it, if it were 5 miles from Charlottesville, and difficult to get to, but still 5 miles from Charlottesville, a developer can do anything with it. But getting 12 miles from Charlottesville, like this farm is, and with this terrible access road, and with the terrible driveway that's impossible, and with the family subdivision when you can't sell it anyway, it makes it almost impossible for a developer to say, hey, I want to buy some of this and do it. It's just not economically feasible in any way, shape, or form. And that's what makes the family subdivision property so unique. We can't sell it for stuff. People don't want it, and you can't do it legally. And so that is something that I think everybody needs to take into consideration. We don't have any division rights at all. And the three, and Peter last year mentioned that the 3 modest, quote unquote, old houses that we have, which we fixed up some, they're from 65 to 130 years old. One of them has only wood stoves for heating in the wintertime at all. But they are each on 21 acres. I don't understand this. I'm sure you folks do. But each of these old houses that were there when I bought the place has a 21-acre little circle around it on the land. And I was told that it's valued at 20% lower than the rest of the farmland, because you can't sell it. It's got that old house on it. It's got 21 acres around it, but it is valued at 20% less. And Jim Faulkner says that that should be 50 to 60% lower because you can't sell it. You can't do anything with it. It's in the middle of the regular farmland. And he's saying that that shouldn't be 20% lower than the rest of the farm, but should be 50 to 60% lower. Let's see. That's all I would have. Thank you folks very much. I will say that if you ever want an experience someday, come visit Clark Road one time. Just come and visit Clark Road one time. You drive down that road and whoa, most people, if they got a really good car, will never do it again. Thank you folks very much.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll hear from the assessor's office.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayo. So this property, we're aware, has some access. You know, it is not premium access off of a paved road. We understand that, and we have adjusted the property for access. Some of the things that Dr. Richardson was talking about, I'm not quite sure how exactly that would work because my understanding of family subdivisions, and these are things that obviously our community development department would be the specialists about, but my understanding of family subdivisions are that you can subdivide for a family member. That family member has to retain it for a number of years and then it can be sold to anybody else. So it's not a restriction forever. It's a restriction for a couple of years, 2 to 4, and I'm not sure exactly how many. I'm not sure where the 21 acres is coming from that support these 3 houses, because these 3 houses have been there for a long time. They have a right to be there, and typically every property that existed back in 1981, I believe it was, 80 to 82, somewhere in that time period, was given 5 development rights. If there was existing houses on the property, I believe they would have, you know, covered one of those development rights and would be able to be subdivided off. Again, these are kind of some of the rules that CDD would have to explain, or you know, basically they'd have to get a plan submitted to them, and then they would approve it or say why they can't approve it. But it's not as clear cut as, you know, there's a 21 acre assigned parcel to each one of these houses, because typically there's not. We assess a 2 acre home site for each house, typically, sometimes 1. And you know, there is value in the fact that there are 3 existing houses sitting on this property, and we adjust those for access, as you know, because of the situation. And we also, Dr. Richardson mentioned the steep slope in the back of the property, and I can show you on the map so you can see this better. He's referring to, and I'll put the steep slope layer on, or the critical slope layer on. So this whole back part, the wooded area, is critical slope. And we reduced the value of that part by 50% on top of other adjustments for the property. So we're taking into account, just like all of these other surrounding properties that have that critical slope, we're adjusting for that critical slope. And the majority of the value is in basically the flatter farmland that you see in the, you know, that's agricultural land here. And you also see that, you know, there are a number of structures and homes in this area. What I also don't know is if some of these other cutouts were some actual family subdivisions that were created from the original 5 development rights that were assigned to the property back in the 80s. You know, we don't have readily the history of the development of the properties on any of the properties in the county. But one thing we don't do is, if we're looking at this property, we don't know because we don't know the development potential of every property, without community development doing a detailed, deed research of each one, we don't know if this property has development rights or the property next door or other properties that have sold have development rights. We treat them and assess them all based on what is currently going on. Basically, every property has the ability to build a house. And that's the basis of every one of our assessments, unless they have more than one house currently existing, in which case, obviously, there was the right to have that additional house or more houses, and we will have a home site assigned to each of those additional houses. But without there being extra homes, we aren't assigning an extra or additional value for a home site unless there's one existing. John Stevens is here. He's the appraiser who visited the property. I just wanted to see if John had anything to add. I know he had taken a video of the road, the access there, but do you have any information to add about if you want to come up to the podium, you got to speak into the microphone.
The only thing I will add is Dr. Richardson kind of played it as that area is really undesirable. And I've had 4 houses in the last year and a half be built on Clark or off of Clark, anywhere from $250,000 to over $1 million homes. So yeah, Clark Road is a country dirt road, but I don't think it detracts away from the value of anything on Clark Road. That's my opinion. And we do have a video of his access off of Clark back to his property. It's a gravel drive, but it's well maintained by the Clarks and Mr. Richardson. So, thank you.
That's all that I have.
Can you zoom out a little more on this?
Oh, absolutely.
Where I can see Clark Road.
Oh, to Clark Road, certainly. There's Clark right there. I can get rid of the property lines here so we can.
That's good.
That's good. Okay.
Okay. You now have 3 minutes. Were there any questions for the assessor's office?
So just to clarify, I'm looking at the assessment here. You've got one building and then extra features and then outbuildings on the assessment. Or you got 273,900, 5,000, and then 7,500.
Yeah, 273,900 is the total value of all 3 of the buildings.
The livable
of the houses,
and then
yes.
The 5 and the 70 is outbuildings and.
Correct. So the 5,000 is extra features that are within those 3 buildings, and the outbuildings are other buildings like agricultural buildings.
Got it. Okay. And then the alternate land value is this. That's the 2 acres around each of the residences.
Correct. And then the land use value for the additional land that's qualified for land use.
Right. Okay. And then in the 1.137, you included a reduction of 50% for, it looks around 20, 22%, 25% of the acreage up there in the woods.
Yes,
right?
I believe it's 89 acres. Or maybe it's 69. I'm getting my numbers mixed up here. So next.
Well, it's probably
69.38 acres. It was the amount that was
pushing half
measured on GIS.
Got it. Yeah.
Okay. You now have 3 minutes for rebuttal, Mr. Richardson.
The 69 point something acres is essentially 70 acres, and 70 acres is about 50% of the 143 on the farm total now. So we're talking about approximately 50%, just a hair under that. Yes, we do my wife and I have 4 adult children, and every one of them has a house on the farm that has been put there in the last 20 years. The 3 old houses that we talk about are just what they what they are. But I don't know why Mr. Faulkner said that those that the 20 acres that there were 21 acres per old house, that there was a little line around one of the maps that he had. And he said that those 21 acres around each of the old houses was valued at 20% less than the rest of the farmland. Now, it may not be true, but that's what I understood. And so.
Is that in his letter or just?
Pardon?
Is that in his letter or just verbally to you?
No, it's in the letter here. The
okay.
So, and we could find out about that, but anyway, yeah, I just wanted to clarify those things, and I still think
I'm looking at a different letter.
that the access that I think that it's from a practical standpoint, somebody that wants to put a house or get on that property and wants to drive through that driveway and be responsible for refixing the road in the driveway every time there's a big rainstorm and helping to pay for it. I don't think you can find anybody that would want to buy a piece of property under all those circumstances. But thank you folks very much.
Are those 3 houses on separate parcels? Or are they on the one?
No, sir. They're all on the same. This is all one parcel with 3 homes on it. And I can confirm that, you know, when we have multiple parcels or multiple houses on a single parcel, the first home site has a certain value based on its neighborhood or market area. The additional home sites have a 20% reduction. So the 20% reduction sounds, you know, that's probably where that's coming from. It's just the number of acres that I don't believe is correct.
Yeah, I thought it was 2 acres.
Correct.
Per resident.
Correct.
Okay.
So Mr. Richardson, your improvements that you've requested an improvement value of $352,800. By my calculation, that would actually be an increase in the value of the improvements. Is there an adjustment that you're asking for on the improvements, or are we only talking about a revaluation of your land based on the factors you identified?
I'm sorry, with my maturity, I don't hear quite as well as I did. Could you say that again, please?
Certainly. So you've requested on your application that the improvements be assessed at $352,800. Just adding up the $273,900 for buildings, $5,000 for extra features, and $70,500 for outbuildings. I got $349,400. So the request here would actually be for to raise the valuation of your improvements by $3,400. Is that? Do you really want the board to do that today, or I didn't even see anything in your application about the quality of the improvements?
First, I have failed to realize the necessity of such, and so I haven't studied that well enough to give an honest answer.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you really believe that your improvements are valued at $3,400 more than the assessor's office? And are you requesting that we make that change, or could that have just been miscalculation on your part and you don't want us to consider raising that portion of your assessment?
No, I do want it reassessed. And that's one of the reasons that I came here. And I'm sorry that I'm not familiar with the processes at all.
Mr. Richardson, I understood your appeal to be requesting that we lower the assessment of your property. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you have requested that we raise the assessment of your improvements. Are you sure you want to ask us to do that?
Raise the improvement, raise the value of the improvements?
So the number that you've requested for us, that you've submitted as the fair market value of your improvements is higher than the number that the assessor's office used.
I apologize. I haven't studied that well in the last week at all.
Okay.
I apologize.
That's okay. I just wanted to double check that what your intent was on that.
My intent was only to show the reasons why I thought the entire property was overvalued. And I think I explained those reasonably well. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
You gentlemen, to make a decision. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay. We can deliberate.
I
Can I
thought I
ask
saw
one question of the doctor? Do you know if there's been any effort to pave or guardrail Clark Road to make it safer? Is that
you
is that
tell me?
tried?
Yeah, yes, we've offered it, but there's some things that just travel very slowly. And that's a tertiary road. I didn't mention the fact that in the wintertime when it does snow and ice and whatever is on it, that is impossible road to go on. Plus the snow plows take care of the interstates. They take care of the primary roads. They take care of the secondary roads. This is a tertiary road they almost never get to. And so the people that live up there can't get out at all for 2 or 3 or 6 days. That's just part and parcel of it. Yes, we ought to have guardrails. Yes, we ought to have all kinds of things, improvements on that thing. And to me, it's stupid not to have guardrails. When you see one of the pictures I had on there, you can look right down 70 feet down through there where Mormons River is. And if you slip off that road, or you come around anywhere close to it, and there are 2 cars going to pass, you might force somebody who is not a good driver, or understandable, to move a little bit further over toward the road, and they slip off, and the probability of disaster is significant, I think. And I think it's obvious.
Talk to the county, talk to VDOT, see if something can be done.
Okay, I will do that. I know one of my neighbors has and didn't get anywhere because they told me that it occurred.
Okay.
I just have one question. You've already carved off from your original purchase 50 years ago 4 parcels. You've created.
Yes.
Okay.
4 parcels for each of our.
And these
4
are
children.
these weird, like it used to have 2 parallel property lines.
Right.
Okay. I think
okay. We've cut out 4 different, most of them a little over 2 acres, but 4 different ones for each of our children.
So you've done 4 probably of the 5 by right development.
Yes.
They've got. Okay.
4, and then
the one that's there.
Yeah, we built a new house for ourselves. We gave one of our 4 children our old house, and we built a new one on that, so that would take care of the 5.
Yeah. Okay. So I think you've maximized your development rights. I think is the point. Is that right?
To my knowledge, there is 0.
Right. That's what I'm.
0 development rights, and that takes the value down a long way.
I think that's a reasonable assumption.
All right. Thank you.
I wasn't clear on that.
So thank you for your presentation, Dr. Richardson. We'll deliberate and make a decision, and you should receive written notification of the decision within about 30 days.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Any further comments or analysis?
I will say Don is a good friend of mine, and not that it has any bearing on this, but he raises some of the top Hereford genetics in the world. I have been to the farm many times and walked the farm looking at cattle. And what he says about Clark Road and his driveway is correct. You come up there with a cattle trailer, it's almost impossible to get in there. So that much I do know from firsthand experience. And the other thing I would say is and I'm sure this happens many times, but it's a one-of-a-kind property. I mean, to try to find an exact comp to it would be impossible. It's a one-of-a-kind deal, so.
So I had a question for the assessor's office about the access adjustment. I saw that comparable number 2 was adjusted by 20% because the driveway is not maintained. It goes through the middle of the field. Subject has a 10% adjustment for access. And then comparable number 3 had a 20% access adjustment. You know, given that this is a gravel and dirt road that, you know, is in the kind of not the flood area, but like the washout area. And given the description that he gave of the actual driveway, does the assessor's office feel confident with the negative 10% as opposed to negative 15% or negative 20% for access?
So we actually, you are correct. We have a 10% adjustment on the first home site for access. But we have a 20% adjustment on the second and the third home sites. So no, I'm not married to that 10%, obviously. And based on some of the other properties that have a 20% for a similar reason, some of these things are, you know, you're not going to find comparables that tell you exactly how much an access adjustment is worth. So yeah, it would be appropriate to have a 20 on all 3, the same adjustment on all 3 at least. So yeah, we wouldn't have any problem with that being adjusted.
That would make sense to me since, you know, part of it is related to the access road and then the driveway. But just my perspective on it.
I would go along with that 10% also, whether they can get equal to the others. But other than that, I'm not interested in doing anything else.
Okay. And the comment about that Mr. Mitchell pointed out about the 5 properties already being subdivided, that makes more sense now. If somebody were looking at subdividing those existing homes on the property out, they would have to do it with 21-acre lots. However, our valuation really only, it doesn't really matter if it encompasses a 2-acre home site or 21 acres. The additional 19 acres would be valued the same way as additional land. So it might actually be valued higher if it was considered a 21-acre lot because the larger the lot, the lower we go per acre. So.
Now, Pete, he's already in land use on the ag and forestry. So this adjustment that we would make on the value of the land would not really adjust what he had to pay, correct?
It would in the case of the access for the home site.
The home site.
So that part would adjust.
The land use part.
Yes, not the, if you were to adjust the additional land above the approximately 6 acres.
Well, he's asking for the land to be lowered.
Correct. Then that wouldn't affect his immediate taxes, but it would affect rollback taxes in the future or a future, you know, development of any of those parcels. So.
I would say I thought the comps that the assessor provided were pretty tight to the parameters of the project. Like they were very close geographically. And I think the explanation for the value per acre in light of the development rights that did exist and now have gone and I guess could exist again with 21-acre parcels, it didn't seem out of line to me. I also thought the assessor's response to the McLean Falconer letter made me believe that those comparables were not very good. Different side of the county, no development rights as one example. So, you know, I'd be inclined to do the adjustment to the access piece and probably also in alignment with the land, make no further adjustments.
I agree with that.
What kind of adjustment could we make?
What would be the effect of, could you model the 20%?
I did. So we are looking at, just based on making that first home site 20% reduction for access, the total land value would go to 1,127,300. And it's currently 1,137,000. So that's what is that, $19,800 reduction?
There a motion?
And we're going to leave the buildings as is. I know.
That's on, yeah, that's.
I have no desire to change it. I think it was just a math error.
How would you do that?
Deny his request to change his building.
Yeah, I don't think he carried the burden on that anyway. There's no evidence in here about that. Yeah.
It's all about land.
Yeah. Okay, is there a motion on application number 22 submitted by Dunroven Farm LLC?
I'll make the motion that we make the adjustment from 10% to 20%
On the first
on the
building site. Access.
buildings.
Would the assessor's office remind us of the Lynn's motion is to change the land value to?
Change the land value to 1,127,300. Yes, and the values show up there at the top of the screen.
700.
Is there a second for Lynn's motion?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I have a question.
Okay.
For next year, will that 20% automatically be applied?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So generally, I mean, we typically, when we discuss these things, we come up with a pretty good, you know, basis of making a change. If you were to decide, you know, I just think you should lower this 50%, and I have really no support for that, next year we're going to reevaluate it and come up with what we think it should be. But in a case where we all agree that this is an appropriate adjustment, that's something we'll do going forward. Now, there can be some, you know, differences to that. You guys will agree to a value, and we'll find this in another hearing on another day, based on setting some adjustments like this. But the value will change because the base value, the base rates that we're using will go up over time, but the adjustments will remain the same. So the property owner will see an increase in value, but the basis of it will not have changed.
So we don't have another appeal until 9:30. Should we take a break? Is there anything else that we need to tackle?
So, Mr. Mayo, we do instruct the applicants to be here 15 minutes early. So it is possible that they may be here before 9:30.
Okay.
But
it'd be great to get that meeting off early. So
yeah.
could we just take like a 5-minute break, 10-minute break?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. We'll temporarily adjourn.
Would you start the recording again, please?
All right, we'll call the meeting back to order following our break. And we're now ready for Board of Equalization application number 73 for 6447 Woodbourne Lane. Swear in the witnesses here. Are you Mr. Jones?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, good morning. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. I do. I swear that it's the truth.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you
Mike.
very much, gentlemen. I know you guys
Hold,
have.
hold on. Can you point your mic towards you so that we can?
Your
Just
little
gotta
thing.
just
Put
get
it-
it-
Put your mic near your mouth a
point
little
it
bit.
at you.
Oh, okay.
There you
We can
go.
hear it on the recording.
Okay.
We had to take a lesson on it too.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, good morning. Thank you for taking the time to hear my plea here. There's three major points that I'd like to address with you guys. First of all, I would submit that my initial assessment was never correct when I bought the house, and it hasn't been to date. After we've made numerous attempts to try to rectify it. And let me say that the assessor office, the people that came to see me, have been excellent and very professional. And I would say that they went over my house with a fine tooth comb. In any event, we purchased this house December 2nd, 2021. At that time, we purchased the house for $1,275,000. Okay. Now, I paid more than I should have for the house, but in any event, that's on me. I didn't have any idea how properties were assessed here. I didn't understand that it was 100% assessment wouldn't make any difference because any other property I've ever known has only been 85%. Okay. So the first thing that happened is on December, I told you that 12/1275, and first thing off the bat, January, the assessment was increased by to almost $3 million. So I didn't think too much of that. And I thought, well, we'll review it next time along. And so imagine my chagrin when the 2022 assessment came up and it was $1.5 million. Now, the idea being that there's 38 properties up in Old Ballard. And I was the highest on the whole street. Okay. Well, I didn't think that was right, especially in view of the 100% assessment, because there's no way that house was worth that much. So I called the assessor's office, and a very nice lady came out, Patricia Brand came out, and she went over my property, every corner, everything. And she was worked it out and got the assessment down to 1.390. Okay. So I wasn't thrilled with that, but I thought, well, okay, we'll see. I didn't really understand how things worked with this 100% thing. So I said, okay, we'll see what happens next year. Well, next year, it got kicked right back up to over 1.5. All right. So again, I called the county, and Louis Hendron came out and worked over my place. And these guys were great. And they came back with a reduction. Okay. The problem is that there's a lot of inequities in the assessment in Upper Ballard. Okay. There's on page, please refer to page 3 and page 10 of my proposal. These are the letters I wrote to the county, and they explain pretty much what overall the inequities are. There were 12 houses in my first letter. There were 12 houses that were assessed lower than me and were much larger with lots, amenities, finished basements, everything like that. All right. And so we worked through that and we looked at the average of these properties, and the average of the top 12 or I think the top 10 of these things was 1.377 million, and average square foot cost of 237.80. 237. Well, mine was in there up around the 300s. Okay. I felt that that was not the right way to go, and I have since then. But here again, I realize this is a pretty complicated deal. Much more difficult, I would assume, at 100% than it would be if it was less. And, but I don't understand how this thing, and never found out how these assessments were gauged, whether you have some logarithm that you use. But in any event, I've always felt there was a target on my back in this house, okay, because of the assessments that were put out for me. So all that information on inequities is in those documents and the company paperwork. All right. So now we go to fair market value. This is much more interesting, in as much as there were only 2 houses sold since I lived there. Okay. In 22, there was a house sold for 1.475. All right. And then in last year, where we're discussing this particular assessment, there was only 1 house sold, and it was a nice house. And this house was sold for 1.34 after being on the market for 6 months. Okay. But basically, he had a hard time selling this house, and he wanted another 100,000. He didn't get it. All right. And I've been in the house. They had a finished basement, 3-car garage, much larger lot than I had. Okay. And then I looked through this thing this recently, and I said, well, how'd this happen? In this year, 2023, or the 24 assessment, the house that was sold for 1,475, assessment is now currently 1,227. How does that work? It went down. All right. Now, my assessment was reduced, I think, to 1,417 or something like that. And the guy that sold his house 6 months ago for 1.340, he got his kicked up over 5 million. These houses aren't worth that much. And the reason they're not worth that much is no one can mortgage these size of houses, especially at the rates today. Okay. The houses in Old Trail are selling like hotcakes. Everybody's dancing. They throw these things up, and that's because people can mortgage under $1 million. You can't be paying your taxes, your insurance, and your mortgage on a house that's over $1 million. All right. Now, that being said, an increased assessment, it reduces the value of your house. Because if you want to buy a house in Upper Ballard, I would propose that you have to pay cash for it. All right. So in general, all that documentation is in your packet. I printed off your website. All right. So but I would like, my house is 4,825 square feet. That's what the insurance people figured out. I don't know, your guys are maybe, I think 4,921, very close, but in the same. And all the average of old houses in all of Old Trail are like $255 a square foot. The new houses are more. They're $290 a square foot. My house was made in 2007. Okay. So I'm proposing that my assessment should certainly be in that range at 255. Now I ask you for 1.3 million, which I think is the proper assessment. I've always proposed that. Now that comes out to roughly around 268 square foot. So I would propose that my approach to this and the documentation would illustrate that that's what my assessment should be. Is there any questions?
So the county notes in its report that average values for land in Albemarle County have increased by 28% over the last 3 years.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So the county notes that average values for land in Albemarle County have increased by 28% over the last 3 years. And you're requesting an adjustment to a price that's 2% over what you bought the property for 3 years ago. So as a compounded number, you're basically asking for like a 0.6 or something percent per year.
Well, I understand what you're saying. And I understand that properties rise and fall, okay? And there's no doubt that that particular part of the county has been beneficial for developers. But that doesn't mean that the individual property is worth that much, in my opinion, anyhow. These, as you take a look at the assessments, the inequity in assessments is what really drives me nuts. I mean, there's a couple of guys that are up over 1.5 million, and there's reasons for it. They're bigger houses, they're bigger lots, they're this and everything else than mine. All this stuff is bigger and have more amenities than mine. That's why I understand what you're saying. The property values are going great out there, but that doesn't mean mine is.
Is there any particular feature of your property that you think distinguishes it from the other properties in the neighborhood, for example?
I would tell you, if you're familiar with the area, my house is a nice house, but they're all nice houses up there, okay? And, you know, they're various sizes and so forth. Some are bigger than the others. But the thing that always is important to me is the other amenities. You know, 3-car garages, finished basements, larger lots, bigger houses, mostly bigger houses. And that is the thing that stood out to me in my evaluation. Now, I've done this twice. I did it in 22, and I did it again in 23. I'm pretty sure that the information that I've given you is pretty correct. And that especially the assessment, the average assessment on those larger houses is 1.337, okay? And that's on page 13. And all these, and I also have a map there that shows you where the houses are located. And it also gives you a color code as to whether they're larger, they have a bigger lot, or they have more amenities, okay? So I think I guess I rest my case in the fact that I think my square foot cost should be decidedly closer to the mean than it is. And I understand what you said about I'm asking for a reduction, but I still maintain that my property is not worth more than $1.3 million. Now, it's up to you guys to decide. But I put together everything I could on this. And I think you're going to have to admit there's certainly some inequities up there. Okay. And if those people are going to have those assessments, I certainly should be able to get the one I.
Okay. Any further questions for the appellant? Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll hear from the assessor's office, and then you'll have an opportunity to rebut the assessor's office presentation.
I'm going to have to.
That's right. We'll hear from the assessor's office, and then afterwards you'll have an opportunity to give a rebuttal.
Oh, okay. So I can't really hear. I don't know. I have my hearing aid in, but it's not working for me. All right. So I just sit, you guys talk, and then.
The assessor's office will give a presentation, okay, and afterwards you'll have the opportunity to speak again.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, the sound in this room can be a little iffy at times. So sometimes you have to get real close to the microphone. Yes. So I found that when I present to the board, you know, that I got to get real close. So, you know, we believe that, you know, Mr. Jones has provided kind of a large number of sales from the general area of Old Trail, and that it's really difficult to take kind of that overall average per square foot sale price amount from a large range of properties and relate that to anything specific. And we found that, you know, that's been an argument in the past, and it's very difficult. And well, this comes out to $200 a square foot, so I think mine should be similar to that or something like that. But that analysis doesn't take into account the differences between the properties. It just is an overall per square foot. We've provided, you know, that there are 5 sales that happened in 2023, the most recent for this assessment, this reassessment, in the Ballard Upper Creekside neighborhood, and that the model that we created or adjusted for this year for this market area or this neighborhood is appropriate. One thing I actually don't like to see, but it happens occasionally, is that we go out and look at a property, and I like to think that we just get it right. So we, as Mr. Jones said, we looked at this property. Trish went out there last year, I believe, and we lowered it from 1.5 to about 1.39 on that review. We made a few changes. Why, we look at it again and we see something slightly different again this year, I'm not sure, but it does occasionally happen. What we did this year was we adjusted the grade. So one of the things that you can talk about is, there are larger houses, there are smaller houses, but one of the actually largest components of the value is the grade or quality of the home. So you can have a much smaller home that's a much higher quality, and it's going to be worth a lot more, and it's going to sell for a lot more than a property that a building that is larger. But generally speaking, the larger the home, the higher the quality is going to end up being. That's not a strict rule, but it really matters what you're looking at. In this case, we believe that we have gotten, now that we've looked at this property, this house in detail several times, that we've got the grade correct. We obviously have the measurements correct, because each time that my staff has been out there, they would have measured based on our standards for how you measure a house for square footage. We don't know what an insurance company does when they measure a house, or where they even, if they measure it at all. I don't know if the insurance companies do, or if they take that information from somewhere else, or if they measure it from a picture or something like that. I'm not sure of the source. All I know is that our source is very accurate when it comes to measuring a home. And the difference there is really minimal anyway. The major difference would be in quality. So, and then the kind of what Mr. Jones said about being used to 85%. I mean, Virginia is 100%. And what Virginia means by 100% of assessed value, the assessed value is 100% of the market value, is that when we create a model, and we're not actually reaching exactly 100%, even on properties that just sold, we are going to be within 10% above or below the value typically, and the majority of properties should be within 10% or above or below what they sold for, if our model that we use to value those properties is correct. Now, we don't want to be within 10% of what people just paid for it. If we're within 5%, I think we're doing a really good job. And we generally are much tighter than that 10% range. But just because any specific property falls above or below what they have just paid for it or paid for it in the last few years is not an indication that that is not market value for the property. Now, there are ranges in, different people looking at a house and how much they would pay for it. Everybody's got something that they like differently about homes, or will see a home and say, this is great, or somebody else would look at the same thing and not like it. So obviously the amount that the buyer and seller come to an agreement on can vary, even on the same home, if different people were involved. So it's really hard to, market value is almost an abstract idea. It's never really specific and really accurate. So accuracy is not a term you can use for assessments or even an appraised value that a fee appraiser's doing. It's really coming up with a reasonable number based on market data. So when we get an argument that, I paid this much a number of years ago, and that the market has changed drastically since then, but my house shouldn't change with it, I think, that argument should be taken with a grain of salt. that the property, you know, if you take it like it is, the property was worth what the person paid for it at the time with a little variance, and that property, like every other property in the county, will be changing over time. Now, not every property in the county changes the same. Not every neighborhood changes the same, even in our assessments over time. But we like to look at those general changes to kind of show, you know, what would normal be. You know, this neighborhood, maybe instead of 28% over that period, would have gone up 20%. Maybe it would have gone up 45%. But in general, we would expect a much higher than 2% increase over that time period. So I think we presented, you know, sales and information that supports where we were. I think we have done had a great opportunity, and Ms. Jones let us into the home on multiple occasions, and we have very accurate information. So I think that, you know, our assessment is very solid. And actually, I would like to give Lewis. Lewis is the appraiser this year because Trish has retired. Do you have anything to add to? Okay. Good. 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 Thank you. Then that's all of the information we have, unless you have questions.
I have a question for my own edification. On your page 2, neighborhood sales, can you just go over those two charts and what knowledge they impart to us?
Okay, so yes, so as I said, we work with our model, and really the way you judge an assessment with the mass appraisal process is when we come up with an assessment, how does it compare to the sale price of properties that have sold? So the first grid that we have is showing the assessment to sale ratio. So that's where we show that we're within that 10% or 5% or whatever number of the, you know, the ratio of that sale to the assessment.
So in 2003, 5 houses sold.
Correct.
Within Upper Ballard Creekside.
Correct.
And your assessments were, does that come out to actually percentage?
That's a percentage. So they range from 90%.
You were off by less than 1%. Is that what I'm?
No, that's the lowest would be 10% below the sale price, and the upper one would be 12% above the sale price.
I was looking at the cumulative chart at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yeah, that's a median. So yeah, so our central tendency measure is a standard for assessments. So the median of all the sales, which is basically the middle of the 5.
And then 4, the COD, 4.7.
COD is that variance between the upper and the lower, and how closely everything relates to that.
Making me remember
median.
my statistics class.
Yes,
it's
yes.
hard.
It's like standard deviation, except it's off of the median instead of the average.
Okay. So this is how you double check how accurate your.
This is our standard.
Do you do this only when you get a request for a hearing, or
no, sir? This is actually how we reassess. So when we set our rates for the new year, we will adjust. You know, we'll set that by the style of the house, and then we run these ratios to see where we are. So in this neighborhood, we might have, let's say, after we change the amount of a 1-story and a 2-story, the base rate of those houses, we might have been at 95% ratio, median ratio. And then we would adjust this neighborhood between the land and the improvement multiplier so that the median would then come up to 100%. So that's what we talk about assessing at 100%.
Okay.
Now the second part of your question, the grid at the bottom, this is what people are more used to seeing, like in a fee appraisal, and it more directly compares the subject property to the comparable sales, because obviously they all have differences, and it allows you to see those differences.
So when you do your mass appraisals, you pretty much got to deal with these top 2 charts.
We do the top, yes.
And the bottom is if you get a.
That's only for an appeal, correct.
I mean, there's no way you could do, how many do you assess? 20,
50,000.
50,000?
Correct.
Right, so you have to, okay.
Sir.
Okay. Any further questions for the assessor's office? Okay, we'll have rebuttal from the appellant.
Yes, sir. You have a few minutes to rebut.
First of all, I certainly understand what you said about trying to match all the numerous properties and everything. And that's why I reduced it to Upper Ballard. There's only 38 houses. I would submit that I don't think Creekside is the same area as Upper Ballard, but that's how you guys have it put together. That's the way it's got to be. I also am interested in what that mean increase between these 5 houses, what that you guys figured. You mentioned that you had figured that the percentage increase in the property on these 5. What was the percentage?
I believe it was 28% over 3 years.
Well, I mean, I understand 3 years. What was the percentage from the previous year?
That's a multiplication of the average increase for each year for the 3 years.
Okay.
So one of those years by itself was 13.45%.
Okay, thank you. All right, another thing that I would challenge, I'm very surprised at, is the width of these plus or minus 10%. That seems to me to be a lot of money on a property, but that's the way you guys have it together. And I don't know what the average would be or the mean would be in the increase, but I would say that 10% is a lot. I'll accept the county's square foot evaluation. That's fine. I mean, I'm not sure exactly. You're right. Who knows what the insurance company's going to do? But I would certainly think your number's closer to the mark. I still believe that houses of quality. Now, the big thing about houses of quality, this is most interesting point of the whole deal. The money that was purchased to this house, that you couldn't get another nicer house than this one it sold for $1,340. Okay, this place was fabulous. This guy did everything. He had some dough and he put it into this place. And so I have a nice house. I have a very nice house, but it is nowhere as nice as this house as far as amenities are concerned and quality of workmanship. Not too much more that I can say, gentlemen. I certainly appreciate you guys listening to what I had to say. And I would hopeful that you guys would give my requests some consideration.
Mr. Jones, who was the builder of your house? Who was the builder?
Oh, I don't know. I just moved here a couple years ago. I don't know anything about who put the buildings up there. I do know that they're quality guys. I mean, the one guy died that built my house, but I was told he was a very quality builder. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll deliberate regarding your appeal, and you should receive a written decision from us within 30 days.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thoughts?
Not inclined to change it.
I mean, it's the easiest appraisal ever. It's in a neighborhood there are so many comps that it's obvious the assessment is correct. I don't see how we could do anything other than leave it where it is.
I think I agree on that. I thought the assessor's report made a really good point that a lot of the comps he was using had finished basements, which are, of less value per square foot, right? All of his square footage is above ground. really nice house. I tend to agree. I think it should be, I would vote to affirm the decision or the valuation of the appraiser's office. Any dissenting views?
I just had a question. What would, they did an evaluation last year and lowered it? I
Yes,
had a
sir.
hard time hearing what he was saying, so.
Yes, sir. We did lower it last year.
What was that based on?
36.
We changed the grade from an A+3 to an A+2. And there might have been a few other minor adjustments.
Was the valuation this year based on those criteria?
Yes, well, it was based on actually this year going from an A+2 to an A+1. And when we have a different appraiser look at it, occasionally we have a slightly different view on that. Unfortunately, it's never going to be to the point where every one of my appraisers, they look at a house and they'll all come up with exactly the same grade because that grade can be based on different things. But in this case, we have again changed the grade from down to an A+1. And the house that he was referring to, that is the nicest house in, quote, the nicest house in the neighborhood, we have as an A+2. So it's actually graded higher than his currently.
I don't see any reason to make any changes.
He certainly did a good job of putting this material together and doing his homework, but I just don't see it.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we affirm the assessor's assessment.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, unanimous decision to affirm the assessor's valuation for application number 73.
I think it's 1,413,600.
Oh, I couldn't hear him at all.
Stays at 1.413,600.
Yeah.
It's pretty far away from it.
Yeah, you did your best. Oh, no. No sweat.
Mr. Mayo, I believe Ms. Love is here. So if you want to start her now, or you have a break scheduled, but we can certainly move right through.
If Mrs. Love is ready, we are ready. We'll now hear the appeal of Board of Equalization application number 41 for property with address 2320 Minor Mill Road. Mrs. Love, let me swear you in when you're ready here. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
I have documents. May I approach her?
Certainly.
Ma'am, are these the same ones you've already given us, or is this additional? Okay.
Just as a reminder, you'll have a 10-minute period to present, and then a 7-minute period for the assessor's office, and then a 3-minute rebuttal period.
I do like to talk, so I'm going to set a timer.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My name is Jennifer Love, and in 2022, I decided after having drug my 2 kids and 2 ex-husbands all over the country and lived in Richmond for back in 2009, where Charlottesville was actually part of my territory. I decided to return back to Virginia. My kids were here, my mother moved here, my siblings. And I found the most amazing place on Minor Mill Road, which is the best road in Charlottesville. As a matter of context, I grew up in Mississippi on a small rural farm. And what I wanted to do was to give my grandkids that same experience since they were suburban kids. And so I moved from Florida and moved to Charlottesville. I live in a house that was built in 1976. It was initially 2,100 square feet, 4 bedrooms and 2 baths. In 2009, they added a 3-car detached garage. And then in 2011, they added a house addition where they added a sunroom and a bedroom. When I was looking at the house in January of 2022, my property tax assessment, the land assessment was $190,200. The building assessment was $576,400 for a total of $766,600. Taxes about $65,446. In May, the house was listed for $795,000 based on comps. I purchased it and closed on it on June 30th for $850,000, which was $55,000 over list price. I moved into the property in July. And as I was moving in, I had some people doing some work on the garage. I was told that there was a woman who was walking around on the property. I live alone, and so I know everybody who's supposed to be on my property. I approached her and she explained that she was with the county assessor's office and asked if she could walk around, and I said yes. That was on July 2022. In January, I was surprised to receive my taxes that show that my taxes had gone up 20.5%. The land was $199,400, $724,600, and $924,000. And this was surprising to me because when the assessor was there, the house was in the exact same condition that it was when I purchased it. I hadn't even painted at that particular time. And so I was surprised because, you know, it was just 6 months later that the house had appreciated, according to the assessment of $157,400. That was $129,000 over the list price in 6 months and $74,000 over the purchase price. And according to your county, the average 2023 tax assessment for residential up to 20 acres was 11.31%. But mine came in at 20.5, which is 45%, which is a 45% increase over the average. After I received the assessment, I contacted the assessor's office to understand the reason for the increase. Given that I had not made any improvements to the property, and I was directed to the person who conducted the assessment. After we were connected, I asked how she arrived at her assessment. Other than asking me if the property had thermal heating, which it did, and it was more than 30 years old, she did not provide the reason for the increase other than to say all of my neighbors had received an increase, and at least one of my neighbors had received an increase of almost 30%. When I pushed back, she didn't explain how she arrived at the assessment, but she did tell me this: you can always sell the property, which I thought was an interesting comment. By the time I realized that I could appeal, the date had passed. My 2024 assessment arrived, and the fair market value was $232 on the land, $708,500 on the building, for a total of $940,500 for a tax of $8,032, a 1.78% change, when the average was 4.28%. So after my experience in 2023, I decided that I was going to appeal. And I received a revised value. The land stayed the same, $232,200, but the building went down to $694,000 for a fair market total of $922,400, which was $78.77 in taxes. And while the assessed value was lower, I don't believe that it was consistent with the properties located on my street. And what I did was I actually looked at every single property on both sides of the street. But because the topography is different, I focused my attention mainly on the houses that were on my side of the street. A second assessor came out to my property in March of 2024, and she explained to me that the pole barn listed in your records had been incorrectly listed as another structure, and that there were also other properties, other structures on the property that were not present. She stated that this should result in a reduction. It's clear that the initial assessor who walked around my property back in 2022 based her assessment partly on outdated information, which resulted in the increase in 2023. Now, I have provided you with 3 properties. The first one is 2280 Minor Mill Road. That is my neighbor directly to the right of me. He's located next door. His house is older than mine. It was built in 1961, but it's larger in square footage by 272 square feet, has more bedrooms than mine, more bathrooms, and has 1.89 more acres than my property. It has a 3-car detached garage with a bedroom over the garage, but it was assessed for $114,600 less than my property. Comp number 2 is located directly across the street from my property. It's newer than my property, having been built in 2000. It's larger by 1,160 square feet, has more bedrooms and bathrooms than my property, is 1.17 acres larger than my property. However, it was only assessed $7,900 more than my property, despite being significantly larger. When the other property, which was also larger, was assessed $114,600 less. And finally, the third comp that I used is on the same side, 2 houses down. It's 9 years older than my property. It's smaller in square footage, but it has 2 more bedrooms and bathrooms than my property. It's double the acreage of my property by 5.22 acres. And it was assessed at $106,500 less than my property. To me, these comps show that whether larger or smaller than my property was assessed at a higher rate when compared to them. The 2023 assessment, which was based on incorrect information, set a standard for the initial 2024 assessment, which I appealed and resulted in a reduction. However, when one larger property is assessed 6 figures less than my property, while another significantly larger property is only assessed $7,900 more than my property, and a third property, which is actually closer in size but double the acreage, is also assessed 6 figures less than my property. Your data shows that my property was assessed at a higher rate. Even when I look at all of the properties on both sides of the streets, which are smaller or larger, with or without more acreage, their assessments are sometimes $380,200 for the smaller properties than mine. I am proposing, and I based it on, in 2023, the assessment was 11.31. That was your average. So that's how I came up with the land assessment. I did the same thing for the building assessment for a total of 859,303. And I think context is important. And that was exhibit 1. So exhibit 2 is just for your perusal. It is the tax records for my property beginning in 2024 and going to 2016. And then I started at 2010 because remember I told you the property was remodeled in 2011. And if you look at the taxes show that you guys started taxing based on the addition in 2011 because the taxes went up from $2,335 to $4,066. And it just shows you what the property values, what the taxes and the assessments have been. Exhibit number 3 shows those 3 properties that I talked about. My neighbor to the right, my neighbor across the street, and my neighbor 2 houses down. And not only does it show for 2024, I also listed the assessments and the details for 2023, 2022, and 2021 for your consideration. I think that's it. And I have 15 seconds.
Good timing. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you so much. The assessor's office.
Thank you. So we provided because the applicant provided these comparables in the first place, we, in our presentation, have the same comparable, the uniformity comparables, the neighbors' properties in a grid. And you can see in this kind of where the devil's in the details, and I talked about before why you can't look at average per square foot amounts because some of the differences are sometimes subtle, sometimes more obvious. So when you're looking at these properties, we're talking about 2280 Minor Mill Road. And I have this on the map so you can see the addresses. You can see her property surrounded in blue. 2280 is next to it here, 2325 across the street, and I think 2350 is over here. But 2280 is a one-story, which is actually superior when you're talking about value per square foot. But the above grade area is 1,000 square feet smaller, 1,100 square feet smaller, somewhere in there. It's got a finished basement of about 1,400 square feet, so it appears to have the same amount of living area, but across the board, below grade finished area is always inferior in value to above grade, we found in our analysis.
I'm sorry, you said inferior?
Inferior,
okay.
Correct. We have it as a lower grade, a C grade, and when the subject property we have is a B grade. So all of those combinations with a few other minor differences in how the land is, no, the land actually looks like it's treated the same way.
Actually,
other than that it's different sizes.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You'll get an opportunity to rebut at the end, ma'am. 2325 Minor Mill Road is larger. It's a higher quality. It's got, it's bigger. It's superior. It's the same 1.5 story. From looking at this, I'm not quite sure why it's only about $7,000 more. But all of the information is entered here. There must be something else, and I'll bring it up actually to answer that question. This is PID 25443. We have some adjustments to this property, the functional issues with this property, and that's why it's not a lot more that it would appear it should be, that are very specific to this neighbor's property, having to do with layout and some of the size issues for this type of property. The third one is 2350. This is half the size of the subject property. It's a lower grade, a C+1. It's also got some finished basement, not a lot, 525 square feet, but it's also got a second home, the dwelling number 2, and a few other things. But overall, it's a far inferior property. So when you start looking at the specific differences between these, then the differences in the values come out. It's really hard to look at them overall and say, why is that one below mine, or why is that one not too far above mine? But when you look at those details, I think it explains the property and why we're where we are. Now, the applicant is asking for a value that's actually far below what she paid for it. And that to me is always a red flag. And unless something has drastically happened to the property condition wise, I don't think there's any support for that. Does anybody have any questions?
Market area 202 is what generally?
I don't have those definitions in front of me, but I can show you.
Neighbor?
I can show you on the map here. It's a little easier to see. So it's generally this green area here. It's a pretty wide area.
Big green area?
The green area, correct.
Why do they have the little blue ones carved out? Are those like special neighborhoods?
Yeah, they're gonna, oh, that,
that's
that actually is the
property.
subject
Okay.
property.
What's the other one?
The purple, I'm not sure what the purple is.
Different land
Oh,
use?
that's override commercial. So it's a
Okay,
commercial
got it.
property.
I
So
understand.
sometimes you'll see those.
So all that green is residential that's within the
Correct.
area. Okay. That's a good sized area.
Correct. Our market areas, in order to have enough sales information,
Right.
they need to be big enough, 500 to 1,000 parcels. We try to be around 500 parcels within it.
Do you adjust it at all with the number of sales within those parcels, or just
We adjust the
change
neighborhood
these
itself?
areas year to year?
We'll change them when we see some reason.
Growth pattern change.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And sometimes when the borders aren't really defined, it's not like it goes along a street, because you can't have the ones on each side of the street be in different neighborhoods. But so sometimes the borders are a little nebulous, and we might tweak them a little bit.
So there were 8 sales in this market when you used your mass appraising.
Correct.
Okay. And that 11% or 11.1 COD is, I mean, the other one was 4.7 from before. I mean, is there a
There is. So this is a rural area, and that was a pretty homogeneous neighborhood. So you're going to be a lot tighter in a neighborhood like that.
like in a developed neighbor subdivision?
Correct.
Subdivision.
Yeah, there was a little variance. Yeah, there are variance a little bit in those homes in there. The more homogeneous those homes are, if they're all tract houses, you're going to be a lot tighter.
Okay.
But when you're in the rural area, you've got all kinds of different influences on the properties. The properties can vary. You know, you can have a C or D grade house very close to a mansion, and so those, you're going to get a wide variance in the ratios that you get from those sales.
Okay.
Any further questions for the assessor's office? Okay, we'll have the appellant's rebuttal time.
So I'm glad you raised the issue about what I paid for the house. It was listed at $795, and I in fact paid over the market for it. But in 6 months, you appraised it, or your person appraised it at $920-something thousand in 6 months. So I wanted to address that. And then you talked about functional, and you're right about the house across the street. It is far superior. You talked about it had functional issues. When my assessor came out, I'm just curious, what does that mean when you say it has functional issues?
Functional have to do with, you might have 3,000 square feet in 2 different houses, but one of them, that 3,000 square feet could have been 2,000 square feet with a 1,000 square foot addition. And the way that addition was added might not really flow. It might be hard to access or something like that. And that's just an example. I don't know exactly what the issue is with the neighbor, but it could be that, an area is not as usable as the rest of the house is. And that's generally the idea. It's not as usable.
So I'm not here, gentlemen, not to pay taxes, because trust me, I pay a lot of taxes, and I believe in taxes. I don't have kids who go to the school district, but I believe that a mind is a terrible thing to waste, and kids should be educated. So part of my taxes go to that. I don't have city trash pickup. I was surprised to find that I don't. And the road isn't kept by the county. We keep it ourselves. To me, this is a fairness issue. And yes, I'm new to Albemarle County, but I've listened to what you had to say. I provided the comparables, and I'm just hoping that you will digest what I had to say, because again, I don't mind paying taxes, but I want to be treated like everybody else on Minor Mill Road. And I don't think that I'm being treated that way by the assessor's office. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And your reconsideration.
Okay.
I have a question. The reduction in the value of outbuildings as a reclassification of a pole barn. Is that right?
That was what the note said. Yes, let me go take a look. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the neighbor's house, sorry. Yeah, it looks like the majority of the value came off of the outbuilding for that reason, and that there was also a slight change to
The house was reduced
to the
by
building.
10,000 too?
It was reduced by about $5,000. And I'm not seeing, it's nothing obvious as to exactly what that was. Okay. You didn't look at the property for the brief. Okay. All right. Right. That's the outbuilding one, but it's the building change that I'm not sure of. Okay, so the fireplaces were found to be inoperable, so we took the value off for them, reduced that value, and the reduction in the geothermal condition. So we made slight changes to that condition wise.
So that's how it got from 924 to 922.4.
That is correct.
So that's about a 8% above what she paid for it, which sales are what you track the market as.
Yes, sir. And comment about, paying $50,000 above asking, that is pretty much been the market for a couple of years. So you can't say I'm paying above the market because you did that because everybody's doing it, or majority of people are doing it, or have been doing it.
Assessments are based on the market.
Correct.
Market was crazy for 2 or 3 years.
Well, I don't know how you could justify lowering an assessment $120,000 less than they paid for it a year and a half ago, unless you're in a major recession or a pandemic or something like that. Right.
Pandemic drove up prices.
Yes, it did.
I mean, I think you're going to see a moderation because of interest rates, but
yeah,
we also live in the market we live in.
So do you guys do like a blended evaluation of the age of the house? Because I saw that it was originally built at one point, and then there was a like an addition, right?
76.
Correct. We have it in 1976 as an original year built, and then a year remodeled of 2009. However, overall, we're still calling this an average home for a house built in 1976. We haven't upgraded it and reduced the depreciation based on that renovation in 2009.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion?
I will move we affirm the assessment at 922,400.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Unanimous to affirm the decision of the assessor's office with respect to application number 41. Is there a motion to adjourn until our next scheduled?
I don't think you need a motion. I think you just
Okay, great.
take a break
Okay,
until the next.
so let's stop recording, please, for our break.
Our job of coordinating our support, our IT support, but the mics are on and the recording has started.
Okay. So now we'll hear from the applicant for Board of Equalization application number 5 for 524 Lego Drive. And I will swear in the applicant. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to review the picture I provided to you guys of the front of our property, which has, you can't even see our house because our house sits back about 500 feet from Lego Drive. So there's very little value for, what do you call it? Frontage for the home. All our neighbors have at least 150 to 200 feet of frontage. We don't. Secondly, our driveway is the old logging trail that went in when the original property was going to be established. So it's been there for many, many years. And when Rick Breyer built the home, he didn't do anything to modify the driveway at all. So we have a very elevated and dangerous driveway. The drivers for Amazon and UPS, they don't like to come up our driveway, and I understand why, because they can't back down and do it they have to do it very slowly. So my problem in reviewing the assessment is I find the assessment increase from 22 to 23 was 8.6%, which we found reasonable. What we don't find reasonable is the assessment for 2024. Our land is going up 49%. I find that absolutely outstanding, and I'm sure you would too if you were in our shoes. There's been no improvement to the property at all. The market improvements or the house itself is going up 15% as well. In total, we're going up 26% this year versus 8.6 in 2023. So given the history and now this, what I call an unreasonable assessment, I'm asking for your guys to judge it as I put through an 8.5% increase from 2023 for the land. I would revalue that at 287,850 from the 23 value. And the improvements in the house, I went ahead and just flatlined it at 8.5% also, bringing the total value to 872,550 versus $1,013,600. So the difference is $141,000 and $141,050 assessment increase. And beyond what I would assess it at, given that I was given the option. So there's a 16% differential right there over what I consider over the top, especially the land assessment. So we started our appeal on March the 1st, and here it is, what, May 24th or whatever it is. And so our taxes are due tomorrow. So I need to understand what we should pay. But I don't accept that we should accept the $1,013,600 assessment.
And I think if you were in our shoes, you wouldn't accept that either. I want to thank Billy when she provided us with other comps in the neighborhood. So I can go back and compare our house, which is 2,914 square feet. Our house is terraced. People above us, we're stuck in the middle, and then there's people below us, okay? So our house is wedged into the property just so Rick could have another piece of property to add on to, I'm sure. And he told us at the time, he knew it was not the value of anything else, and he didn't want to build as small a house as we wanted. So there's always been a differential between ours and our neighbors' properties. I took a look at the comps, and I went back and looked at 11/15/23, 1731 Locust Shade Lane was assessed last year at 0.8857. The sale value was 0.885. Yet the house has 32% more space than we do. And actually it's more than that because I was rounding up to 3,000 square feet and we only have 2,914. I also looked at 70 Hickory Lane. That's also a 31-year-old home, sold April 20th of 23. It was assessed at $699. It sold at $680. It had 12% less square footage than us. Then I looked at what's up on the top of the mountain in Ashcroft at 2516 Summit Ridge Trail, which is a house assessed at 166, sold at 165. It has 3,905 square feet, and it's about 33% additional square footage. I've been told I shouldn't look at something that's been done here in 2024, excuse me. But 510 Lego, which is 2 doors down from us, sold. The house had been prepped with new upgrades recently. It's 27 years old, same as us. They've had substantial improvements. They put on a new roof last summer. I think it was August, September. They also added painting the whole outside of the house. It has very nice curb appeal because it's had landscaping done and everything. But that house listed at it was assessed in 2023, excuse me, at $842,700. It sold for 1.06. It went on the market at $899. However, that house has 41%, it's actually 43% more space in the house than we do because it's got 4,202 square feet. So I think I'm justifiable in asking for a reassessment down to my original submission back whenever it was, April or March, of $872,550. And that's a 16% below where it is presently assessed for this year. So those are my arguments. I think they're fair. I've tried to be logical in how I looked at this thing, not just 100% biased. And I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll hear from the assessor's office and then you'll have an opportunity to rebut the assessor's office's presentation.
Okay, thank you.
First, I'd like to say, Mr. Mullen, I always recommend you pay your bill. And if the board makes a change, the bill will be adjusted. So if you don't pay your bill by the deadline, you're going to be hit by late fees, which can't be overcome by anybody.
Okay, so we have to pay it anyhow?
You have to pay your bill. Well, you're only paying the first half.
Right.
But if the board were to make a change, most likely your second half would just be reduced by that amount.
Proportionally.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. You'll ultimately be assessed based on whatever the final value is. No. Sure. All right. So looking at the properties, we have the same properties kind of explained in our write-up that Mr. Mullen has provided. The board does know that you can't take into account transactions that have taken place after January 1st. I don't think that really would make any difference in the analysis, but that information specifically is forbidden for consideration. But looking at some of these, the second property, let me think, maybe it was the first comparable, 510 Lego that he was referring to, and this is one of the things we talked about, having 4,262 square feet. He does have that much finished living area. However, the majority of that, it's actually on the screen now. It's 1,502 square feet of finish in the basement, which is inferior to finish above grade, and that counts less in the value of the property. It would get less if somebody was trying to buy it, and it's modeled to provide a lower amount in the total value also. So this is actually a 2,760 square foot above grade home. It's a little bit smaller above grade than the subject property. It does have the added benefit. I'm not saying it's not worth anything, but it does have the added benefit of that finished 1,500 square feet. But we did provide these comparables kind of to show the comparison of the, so you can look at the style of the homes, the grades of the homes, the square footage above and below grade. And we believe that they still indicate that this property is appropriately assessed based on our description and the model for this neighborhood. A reduction down to the requested amount would put it down to the lowest, below the actual lowest assessment for properties in this area. This is on the ridge, and well, his property is down a little bit below the ridge, but we basically refer to this as the ridge generally. And this is a very nice setting, neighborhood. The views are excellent up there. The houses sell very well. Some of them are older. There are a lot of newer ones being built as Mr. Buyer builds them. He does all of the home construction up there. And there's a lot of demand for this kind of close into the county, into the city area, and with the views up there on top of the mountain. So we believe that the information that we have is correct, and that it appropriately creates a market value for the property. And about the, no, I know that you're not on the top, you're down a little bit from the top. So also he had provided the pictures of the frontage of the property where his driveway is. Now curb appeal is something you hear about in when you talk about homes and home selling. It doesn't mean you have to be able to see the home from the street. It means, what does the home look like when you see it? The main draw of this area is not what it looks like from the street. It's what the view looks like from the house. So I don't believe that's really a component or an issue in the valuation here. I think that's all the information. Everything else is in the packet. Everything in this neighborhood has gone up. Oh, he did mention the increase in the land. We realized, and one of the things that we do as we review each neighborhood each year is we have to determine how much of whatever value change there is applies to the land and how much applies to the improvements. So we either change the land rates in order to increase the land, or we increase the multiplier on the improvements to increase the improvements, or decrease if the case may be. In some cases, we do both to different degrees. This year, we realized that the land, because land does not sell up here on the mountain. Mr. Byard does not sell lots and have other builders bill on there. He sells the lot and the house to the people who buy them. So there are no clear land sales. So over years of analysis, sometimes in that situation, without a clear sale, at least every once in a while, we could fall behind on that aspect of the value. So this year we made a change to across the board to the land rates that we were using and brought them up to where we thought they should be to be appropriate for this location. And then we also made an adjustment, a smaller adjustment to the improvements, because we still needed to get to where the sales were indicating we needed to be. And as you see in the packet, there are the 4 sales that took place in 2023. We are pretty close, 98%, basically 100% and 100%, and then one at 113%. So the range, there are only 4. We would like to have more sales, but it's not a large neighborhood. But it pretty clearly supports overall that our values are appropriate. That's all I have at the moment.
Okay. Any questions for the assessor's office? Mr. Mullen, you've got 3 minutes to rebut the assessor's office's presentation.
I understand reassessment totally. I find this egregious. To say my property now goes up 49% in 1 year. That's absurd. And I can't justify that no matter which way I look at it. And to say that our house property has gone up 15% and historically it's gone up 8 to 12% in 2023 is my argument. All I'm asking for is using a logical progression. I think we are more fair than the assessor's office is this year. We've never argued before. We understand property values have gone up in all of Albemarle County, but this is absurd. And I can't accept 49% in 1 year. We live on Social Security. We don't have this ability to just jump up and pay for anything and everything. So please understand where we're coming from as you take a look. Please be fair and please don't be over the top. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to deliberate regarding your application, and you will receive a copy of a letter in the mail within 30 days of our decision. But you're welcome to stay and listen to the deliberations if you like. Okay, who would like to start? I'll start by saying that one thing that we're not permitted to do is to reduce a valuation simply based on a percentage increase from the previous year, right? We're tasked with measuring the value of the property in the year where we are, regardless of whether it went up or down as compared to the previous year. So that's one issue. Another issue is that we're not permitted to reduce or increase the value of a property based on how the owner of the property makes money or how much money that person makes. So that would have to be disregarded. Any other thoughts?
I just quickly ran. The land value jump is obviously a big number. And I understand, you know, the assessors, I understand the difficulty. I understand the difficulty of acquiring land value from this particular neighborhood because of its the developer and the builder capture that cost and don't really disseminate it. So you got to make some assumptions. And from the looks of my math, you're assuming I did the assessor provided comps. The subject property is 39% of the value is in the land. Then your 4 comps that the assessor provided are 37, 28, 37, and 31. I understand it's hard to get to that number if you don't have the details. That's a pretty high percentage. I do this for a living, and you know, we like to see that our land costs are somewhere in the it's a pretty wide range. It depends on the product. Townhomes are different than single family, but you know, 20 to 30%, 30% being the tie-in. Typical single family, you know, median around 25%. The comps that the owner provided are, again, there's at 39, 18, 37, and 25. I think that I don't know what the anomaly there is on the 18. The 1781 Locust Shade Lane. And the 37 is 510 Lego, which is probably closer to the neighbor, to their house. Just looking at the address. And then the last one is on Hickory. It's 25%. That's more reasonable to me. So those are my thoughts. I think the land values, the percentage of the land as the total assessment is, in my experience.
But Mr. Mitchell, if I can address two things there. First of all, the percentage of the total value in the land will go up as the building gets older because there's more depreciation on the building. So if you're used to looking at new homes as opposed to that ratio, it'll be different as that happens. Also in the owner provided comps, 2 of those are from the lower neighborhood that don't have the views, and land is less valuable in Ashcroft as in opposed to Ashcroft Ridge. So that would explain, you know, the Ashcroft Ridge comps are the ones that have the higher land percentage because they have the higher, you know, view and generally are more valuable on top of the ridge or close to the top of the ridge like the subject.
Could you, Mr. Lynch, could you explain, you said you reevaluated how you placed a value on the land. Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Oh, yes, sir. So on the screen right now, you'll see basically like we do on all residential properties, we have a home site value and then anything over that acreage would be residual. So we place a base rate on that home site value. And this year we are saying that for Ashcroft Ridge, the base rate is $275,000. So if you just have in this case, in the rural areas, we use 2 acres, but in neighborhoods like this, we use a smaller acreage as typical. So in this neighborhood, we use 1 acre as the base, and we are valuing that base at $275,000. And then we have adjustments to that like view. Then the additional land over 1 acre, and in this case, it's 1.227. So we have a reduced rate for the additional acreage that's left over.
Did that base rate, you said you reevaluated because, so did that jump way up?
It did. It
Okay.
did. I would have to look. Do we have the amount from last year? The rate?
265 house is 538 on the total of 804 200. 2023
We'll probably find that we went from like 200,000 to 275, but we'll find the details of that.
216,000 maybe?
It would have been an even, you know, a rounded number, but because it has the adjustments on it.
Okay.
Is there, go ahead.
And Mr. Mullen, while you're, do you have a view?
Well, we gotta pay to get and keep the view. You understand? Because the house sits below us, has trees as well. We have to clear those, but we have agreement with them. These, that costs us something.
You said you have to trim the trees to get the view. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Is there a component of the land calculation that captures the view, the fact that this property has a view and the one next to it, even though it might be in the top part of Ashcroft, might not?
Yes, we have the view adjustment, which is, sorry, went to the wrong screen here.
One, yeah.
So in this, for the subject property is 1.4, so it's a 40% increase. So we evaluate that based on what we see at the property, or what you can see from the property, I should say. And we have the rest of the information. The base rate last year was 185,000 for that first acre, and it went to 275 this year. So that is a big jump.
40% seems maybe high to me. What is the range of view adjustments that are applied?
They could be anywhere from 110 to 200%. And there's some really nice views from Ashcroft. And there are higher percentages on Ashcroft that we use for some of the properties up there.
Very top part.
Could you come up to the microphone? Do you mind?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I think what you're missing is the majority of the views from Ashcroft are at the top of the ridge, top of the mountain. And that's Summit Ridge Trail, which is 0.4 of a mile more north of us than where we live. We are only like 200 feet above where the clubhouse is. And you go up a lot further to get up to the top to Summit Ridge Trail. So we don't have comparable views for practically the whole county from up there. We don't.
It's a pretty nice western view though, and you have a view easement, correct?
Yes.
And did you say you pay for that easement?
No, when we
No,
bought
it's
the property,
dealing with the property.
it was.
Yeah, I've never used comps from up above because the view is so much better, but I know the view from your house too, and it's quite interesting at night as well.
Yeah, but we got to pay to keep it.
I'm sorry?
We have to pay to keep it. They don't.
Right.
What's the yearly cost to trim the trees or to maintain the trees? Or
Thousands of dollars whenever we do it.
and how often is it?
It's not 2,000 or 3,000 either.
Yeah. How often is it performed?
Every 10, 12 years. We've been there for 27. We didn't have to do it until 10 years ago, maybe first time, 12 years ago. But hey, trees grow.
So I don't agree that they don't have to do it at the top. There, you know, every property with the view can have the trees grow and obscure that view, and the properties at the top are no exception to that. And on the screen, you can see the actual view adjustments that we have on the properties.
Okay. Anything further?
I'm told we have a picture of the view on the parcel, so I'm going to bring that up for you to see. It takes a second for this to open.
Do you have views in the summertime?
Yes, we have views in the wintertime. Obviously, much better. because we don't have leaves on the trees.
Yeah.
When summer comes, the window goes like this.
So there's the view. I've seen views from the top that aren't better than that.
Say that again, please.
I've seen views from the top that aren't better than that.
I would agree.
Most are.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'm not on the motion. I know this would open up a can of worms for you and everybody else. I just think that percentage is high. I think you got 37 to 39 across the board. Some of these are 30, 28 year comps, that is. I just think as a percentage of the overall cost, the land value is a little high.
Is there an argument that the adjustment to the base price combined with the old view magnification number created too high of a number? That those view adjustments were set when it was, 95,000 less or whatever it was?
You had a lower number, lower base number. That's true.
Well, I can say that the view adjustment was not set based on a specific outcome or value at a certain time, because if let's say if 5 years ago he had bought the property, it would be possible that the view adjustment would have been set based on how much he paid for it at that time. But we had no information really to go by.
How long
like
have those
that.
view adjustments been there? That number?
For
years.
those specific ones, I'm not sure if they've changed or not, but they would have been there for decades, would be my guess. And looking at the ratio of land to total value, we find that there's a huge range throughout the county. If you're in the rural areas, it can be extremely
really,
low.
really big lots.
And
I get it.
Yeah.
But this is a developed area that is consistent. Like it,
And-
one acre lot, it's a development area. So it's, I think my ratio is applicable. I understand when you go out and farms or again, townhomes and condos are different than single family. So it's my gut that that's a little high.
Let me ask this. I mean, it looked to me like you were your team was nailing the values in terms of assessment versus sales ratio. And so now if there's this adjustment to the land, was there a corresponding adjustment to the way you were calculating improvements, or wouldn't we expect that these assessments now are going to overshoot the sales price?
No, I believe that based on what we've done, like you said, we are hitting those sales. And basically, if we were to have a lower increase, let's say, on the land, or it did this year, we would have had more value added to the house in order to reach those sales ratios. So it'd have to go somewhere.
Yeah.
In order for the overall value.
What I'm saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
Well, we only have 1.2 acres of land. Our neighbor has 2.4 acres of land. So most of them are significantly more. Our property is wedged in between properties that are more significant in land. And so please take that into consideration. Could we 275 and 1.22 doesn't bring it up to 394.4. It doesn't.
Do you happen to have pictures of the views for any of your comps? Like any of the ones that were rated like 1.25 or 1.3 or 1.5? I have to say that number, like that magnification number or that escalator just feels very mushy to me in a way that a lot of the other items that you guys work on don't. I'm not sure that I could even tell the difference between a 1.4x view and a 1.2x. Maybe I can, that's why I want to look at the pictures and see.
Ask a real quick question. Those evergreens that are between you and your neighbor, you basically look over your neighbor's house. Are they on your property or his property?
Most are on ours.
Okay.
And that's why I have to top them
That's right.
to get the view. If I let them grow, if you'd have taken that picture a year ago before we had it cut, you wouldn't see hardly any of the downtown or the mountains.
I was just pointing at you control that is my point.
Yes.
Taking pictures of the views and analyzing the views more stringently has been a recent project. So I don't have a picture on the first two comparables. The next one, 33078. We've strove to kind of define what a view, because you're right. I mean, looking at views, it's kind of like looking at grade. What am I looking at specifically? We define it based on the scope of the view. So how wide a view, is it a narrow or wide? How far is the view? What is in the view? How the distance of it and what's in it? So is it mountains in the distance? Is it the city lights? Is it, specifically what is it that's causing that view adjustment? And so we've been trying to define that better, but we don't have that defined on every property at this point. It's more of the kind of the general idea of what the view is in the eyes of the appraiser when they did that.
So history doesn't matter?
I don't know what that means, but.
What do you mean?
Previous year's assessments should be taken into account, and not just 1 year does everything change.
Oh, then the answer from my perspective is history doesn't matter but prior assessments don't matter. Is this assessment correct is the only thing that the board has the authority to kind of make a decision on.
I agree with that. We're not permitted to give credence to that argument. The law is really clear on that. What about the house in the view? I mean, presumably the 1.4 was selected given the fact that there is a house like sort of dead center in the middle of the view that was taken.
Oh, let me go back to that property.
That one's above us. That one's below us. That's the one that sold this year. So you can't take that in consideration, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty well screened by the trees.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I ultimately feel on this one that maybe the land is high, but I'm hearing that, the overall number probably is on. And that's what I'm kind of reading between the lines on the assessed versus the sales ratio. And so I would feel drawn to making one adjustment down and one up if we went that route. I'm just also not sure that the applicant carried his burden to show that what we're talking about here, that the land was necessarily too high, particularly given the reliance on the 47% or 49% piece.
Yes, 49. And the house didn't change, and it went from 12% to 15%. Do
you understand what we're telling you in response to that argument, though, that we cannot vote on that the General Assembly has given us a mandate that we cannot use the fact that your appraisal or your assessment increased by a certain percentage as a reason why it's wrong?
Doesn't make logical sense to me. I'm sorry.
The concept is,
I'm an old finance guy.
The assessor may have inadvertently undervalued your property, and then they catch a mistake like they're saying, and then everything comes back together. It's hard to hear what I just said. I understand that.
Yeah.
Because it's a dramatic change over a 1 year period. But he's right. The General Assembly has mandated that you can't really look back. I mean, assessments are based on the sales from that 2023 year. And he has done that. My argument, like I've said, is I don't particularly agree with the percentage, but this is a special case in that this neighborhood does not sell lots. So it is difficult for them to capture actual land sales because of the way that Mr. Byer runs his business.
Right.
And, I appreciate why he's doing it. But it does create a level of difficulty for the assessor. But what he's saying is he has used a mass appraisal process looking back at sales in the last year. And while I may think that the assessment is a little high as a percentage for land, what would have happened is the mass assessment would have simply increased the value of the house and decreased the land. The number would still be the same. The overall number would still be the same.
The house doesn't change unless I make an improvement to it, right? And we didn't.
But that is incorrect.
What did I
The
make
value of the home and the land change over time, even with no changes being made to those.
Yeah, but I didn't make any improvements.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. But the value will still go up or down from year to year.
And we've paid for that every year previously, because it has never gone down.
So the argument you're making, though, presumes that the 2023 number was right and that we have to justify a deviation from it. But that's not what the assessor's office has to do. If that were the case, every person would appeal their real estate assessment every year for every parcel, right? Because they all generally tend to go up.
And we did not argue before until this year for valid reasons, I think. And if I were in your shoes, I'd ask the same question to me.
What question?
The question is, why does it go up so much if you are catching an anomaly from the past to go up 49% for land and 26% overall? That to me is egregious and should be considered that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion based on the information here in front of us that we keep the assessment at the same rate that it is.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Unanimously affirm the decision of the assessor's office with respect to application number 5.
Okay. So
No, it wasn't 5. It was
5.
okay.
Hearing 6. Application 5.
Okay, here. Got it.
yeah, yes, application number 5 is correct.
Okay. And shall we go off the record and break for lunch?
Yes. Yes, it's being set up in 2:35, I think.
Hot
Yes.
dog.
So we can take a break and stop recording, and we can adjourn, I think, or not adjourn, but come back at 12:45 for the next hearing.
Okay. So are we recording now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So we'll continue with our applications to the Board of Equalization. Next is Board of Equalization, application number 1 for 8339 Langhorne Road. There's an applicant here. Name we have is Torres Ubilis. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Will you come to the podium, please, sir? Or anyone who's going to speak.
David. Hello, I'm Phyllis Johansson. I'm here with my husband, Ivan Torres Ubius.
Okay, very good.
We're here.
Before you start, would you mind if I just swear you in?
Of course.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And just as a brief reminder, there will be a 10-minute presentation by you, a 7-minute presentation by the assessor's office, and then you'll have 3 minutes to rebut the assessor's presentation.
Understood.
All right. Thank you.
So I am Phyllis Johansson, and I'm here with my husband, Ivan Torres Ubius. We are here to bring our concerns to your attention in the hope that you will reconsider the current property assessment that has been placed on our home and the associated tax increase. When we selected Scottsville as our retirement location in 2013, the property was valued at $487,000. This year's 36% increase over last year pushes the value to $805,000. One of the reasons we chose the area when we moved here from Chicago was that the taxes were lower. Now we feel as if we are arbitrarily being asked to pay 36% more taxes without any benefit. Our Chicago neighborhood, we paid high taxes, but enjoyed multiple parks and activities for our tax dollars. In Scottsville, we live in a rural setting that we love, but there are no sidewalks, street lights, or basic city type benefits that we can identify for our tax dollars. We have heard that the reason for the increase in our tax rate is a boom in Scottsville. This claim is not one that is acknowledged by our mayor or local real estate agents. But most importantly, and the primary reason that I am speaking to you today, is to make you aware that since the summer of 2021, we have been under the threat of a solar farm by a Colorado developer. This solar energy company started their land acquisition with a 210-acre parcel that runs parallel and abuts our property line. They have continued acquiring leases on the adjacent and surrounding farms and have accumulated 453 acres and are still acquiring properties. I submitted my findings during a meeting with Donna Price before her retirement and have contacted Bill Fritz on the Albemarle County Planning Commission. He has said that he will alert me when the project is submitted for approval. Until then, I cannot even form a neighborhood action group. Should this solar farm proposal pass the Planning Commission, our property value will plummet. I hope you can appreciate the total irony of our property value being increased when we are under threat of devaluation. In solar vocabulary, our scenic view shed will be destroyed when the trees are cut down and the pond has been drained. And I am quoting the development manager. There are already 4 solar projects in Albemarle County, and this could be the 5th. All of the properties in Rockcastle Creek area would be impacted. How will you value our property then? Thank you.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ivan Trochubius. I will try to be as fluent as my wife, but you need to understand that I'm going through an implant surgery. So between the retainer and my accent, you don't need to pay attention. I might be able to make hand signals. With that in mind, you have in your possession now the tax assessment history review is for your reference and documents 11 years of increases on the property. You have a market land increase of 45%, a market improved 35%. The total property increase equates to 36%. We have a market right now, which we have been told that is booming in Scottsdale. A few houses have been built there. We don't believe of such a booming. We think that the average Virginia home is valued right now around $393,000. It's up 6% over the past year, as of May 31st of 2024. The average home value in Scottsdale, with a zip code of 24,590, is about $327,000, at 9.2%. The taxes should be based on facts. We think the VA tax rates average combined state and local taxes about 5.7%. Keep that in mind. The estimate of median household income for Charlottesville City is around $67,000. The estimate of median household income for Scottsdale is around $580,000. I mean, $58,000, I'm sorry. I believe that by increasing Scottsdale property tax to higher levels will impact, or has impact already, impeding the local community home purchasing power. There are only a few homes being built in Scottsdale, gentlemen. So the question is how we justify $1,821.58 increase. How we justify a property value then from 2013 when we purchased the house to 2024 has risen 65%. 65%. This is only in 11 years. The biggest dollar increase, if you see that in the Excel sheet, is in 2022 for $74,800. And now we have $213,300. Gentlemen, basically, we are looking for answers to justify these increases. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, ready to hear from the assessor's office.
So I do want to make it clear that we are not, the increase that was experienced by this property this year, we are not saying that Scottsville went up, and we know that Scottsville did not go up that much this year. And it was related specifically to an adjustment that we had on this house and the house next door that we found was not correct. It was put on there for some reason in the past and no longer applied, or I can't say whether it should have been put on there or the reason that it was put on there no longer applies, but I know that it doesn't apply now. So the large increase in the assessment was mainly due to what we had is a 15% reduction to the improvements in the previous years that we have taken off now. It applied to both this house and the house next door. It was removed from both of those. I'm not sure what to say about the solar farm. I think it is difficult to say that the value of homes that are near these solar farms will plunge when they are brought online. We don't have any data in Albemarle County that shows that they will change, that they will have an effect, or if they do have an effect, how much that will be. And it would be difficult to make an adjustment based on a possible future, not even approved yet, but even if it had been approved, an adjustment to a home based on speculation of what effect it might have. Certainly after the fact, and we start seeing some solar farms in Albemarle County, and we should be able to see if there is an effect on surrounding properties based on the location of and the look of those solar properties. But this is not a trash dump being put in right next door. That is, you know, this is not necessarily a hugely detrimental effect on surrounding properties. There obviously would be people seeing or expecting different things out of what might happen. But until we actually see some support in the market, we're really not sure what to do with that. But at this point, it's still proposed, not approved, and it is not part of our assessment. So just so you're aware, we haven't taken into consideration at all. So value-wise, the neighborhood, what we refer to here as market area 315, has a wide range of home sales, value-wise, and the subject property kind of falls within that range at the current value of 805. We believe it, you know, it's a nice house. It's, you know, there's nothing wrong with the house and there's nothing wrong with our description that would make this property, you know, inferior or kind of need to be reduced for some reason, which is why we removed that functional obsolescence that we had on the house. Basically, what I can tell you what the difference would be right now. Because obviously the market did change a little bit. If we had left the 15% functional on the house this year, the assessment just based on the change for the neighborhood would have been $687,500. So if you compare last year's value, $592, it would have gone up to $687. So you would have that market increase just based on the market going up. But that extra additional value over that is strictly due to that removal of the 15%, for which we have no basis to make that adjustment. That's everything I have, unless you have questions.
What was the obsolescence specifically that you took off?
We don't know exactly why it was on there. I don't think there was
Wasn't a description of any type?
It was, no, it's just under functional obsolescence.
What does that typically mean?
Typically it's due to something wrong with the use of the property. Like there's a part of the property that has less utility than it normally would. You know, so if you have certain square footage, you expect all of that square footage to have normal functionality, but some of it would not. In the past, it's possible that would have been put on for some other reason, but I wouldn't be able to tell you without a note that actually indicates why.
Okay. Any other questions for the assessor's office? All right, well, you'll have an opportunity to rebut what, that's all right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, the time is now. You're welcome to take the podium.
Scratching our heads about this obsolescence. And there is a flaw in the land that affects both sides, our neighbors on both sides, and our property, in that there is water soaking. We call it the wadi. And it is the only thing that I can think of that would have impacted a judgment on an obsolescence of the property, not in the houses, but in the land, because on the right-hand side, the property is currently used for farming because you could never build a house there because the wadi is in the middle of the lot. And in the case of our home, it's further out and it runs straight across to our neighbors. So we've put in French drains, and when the rain comes, the water is still there. So that may in fact have been what that obsolescence was. We have not been able to cure it, and neither has our neighbor. We just plant wild things there and mow around it. It's the only thing I can assume would have been judged as obsolescence in the property.
I just question from a percentage point of view, if the average home value in Virginia is about 393,000, and if the average home value in Scottsdale is 326,000, which is up 9.2%, where's the 36% come from? And I have a tiny bit of a difficulty understanding, obviously, the formula. How do you factor that? I mean, in 11 years, with the highest increase that we have, which you have in your sheet, is 74,000, how that equates to 213,000 all of a sudden. As Mr. Lynch just claimed that obviously something in the formula that the county had 11, 10 years ago, all of a sudden we found that and we're being penalized for. That is not right. That is not a fact. Based on the facts that we have at a national level, based on the facts that we have in the county level, does not suffice an increase of 36%. Nor the property going from 592 to 800,000. Just, I have a tiny bit of a problem understanding that. And that's what I put together, those numbers. There is no percentage here in the 11 years since we've been there that it has come to a 36% increase. None. Zilch, nada. And thank you for your understanding.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for the applicants? Okay. Thank you very much for appearing and presenting your case. And we will deliberate, and you'll find out our decision. You can either wait. We can usually resolve the cases over the course of a deliberation, 10 minutes that were allocated. But otherwise, you'll find out by receiving a letter from the board. And we thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay.
Functional obsolescence on the building specifically, or the land, so it's
Yeah, functional would be on the building only.
it's a spring, looks like to me. That's a land issue.
Right.
On the building, correct?
Correct.
So you're saying not the land.
Not the land.
Yeah.
But we just don't know what that is.
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any evidence that the assessor's numbers don't accurately represent the value of the property?
I mean, I understand what they're saying about the solar farm, but the market would reflect that in sales over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I would say also
Maybe
it's
even
speculative, right? It's not approved.
Right.
What I understood them to say.
I mean, whatever impact there is for that potential farm, and I'm sure, you know, just about every person and real estate agent knows it, a potential buyer and seller. Whatever that impact is should be reflected in the sales prices that have happened in this area. I feel like that's baked into the sales, right? Unfortunate, but
I would say also to the extent that it appears like inevitable or highly likely now, it may not have been last year when they were deciding this, right?
But I don't think we can take that into account.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't, even if it seemed very likely or that they had made noises at the Board of Supervisors level saying they were going to approve it, I still wouldn't. It's not a done deal until it's done. Any other, I'm not sure I could even read like exactly what's the amount that's being requested here. The first page.
703 total,
Yeah.
83 something for the land and none for the improvements.
Okay.
You have something typed, Peter, that
No, just this written request. Oh, no, we do have the application. 83.8 for the land, 703,000 total.
yes.
Okay.
The 83,000.
83,800 and $620,000 for the improvements.
He's not asking for a change. He wrote none on this. Is that right?
What's that?
On the application, he wrote none for.
For no change to the
Change.
improvements.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
So this is all about the land.
I mean, that's what I understood.
Well, the request of 620,000 is a reduction from 697,1, which is our current value. So I think just writing none in that one page is not an indication of what he's actually after.
Yeah, because the total 703.
Correct.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's one comparable submitted. So I'm not inclined to make any changes on uniformity almost categorically with just one comp. And the sales of other properties. Were any sales of other properties submitted by the applicant?
One.
No, the only thing we have is the one parcel on the application.
Okay.
Other than that piece of paper that he gave us.
But that one's not listed under fair market value, right? So, where I'd land on this is that it's just a question of the burden of proof, like that there was not sufficient evidence submitted by the landowner to overcome the presumption of correctness that we apply to the assessor's office. Anyone disagree?
No, I think that the assessor's data is more compelling.
Okay, is there a motion?
I would move that we affirm the assessment of $805,300.
Is there a second? Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Unanimously vote in favor of affirming the assessor's office, the opinion of value for this application. Application number 1. We are now ready for application number 54, address 413 Fenton Court. Please come ahead, sir. So as a reminder, you'll have 10 minutes to present. There'll be a 7-minute rebuttal period and then a 7-minute presentation by the assessor's office and then a 3-minute rebuttal period.
Yes, sir.
And we have all the materials you've submitted, so
Wonderful.
there's no need to review them in any great detail, but just bigger themes and talking points tend to be more helpful for us.
Okay.
May I swear you in really quick?
Sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Right. Thank you, sir. Please go ahead.
My name is Jim Meyer. I'm the homeowner of the 413 Fenton Court, and it's located in the community of Glenmore. And just as a kind of an overview, our tax assessment went up overall 18.2% from 798 to 942.9. The land assessment went up 19.4% from 175.5 to 209.5. We paid $108.44.5 for our new home in May of 2022. We protest our assessment as being greater than fair market value based on 5 comparable sales in 2023. We also protest our land assessment as being above fair market value and inequitable based on other homes in Glenmore. Our home is the Stanley Martin Jackson model home and is a tract home common in Glenmore. All Jackson models, including ours, have a 2,079 square foot main level living area, and the primary bedroom is on this level. The Jackson model can be built with a walkout basement with the lot permitting, or a 791 square foot second floor attic loft. And the street view, when you look at the street view, which you probably saw on your comparable sheet, you can't really tell the difference. The street view is the same regardless of the configuration. Our home has the 791 square foot finished attic loft and no basement. So our total square footage is 2,870. Most of the cost and value of the home is in the main level. Our next door neighbor has a 1 level, same as our house. And the only difference in her assessment and mine is $46,700. But the only difference is I have the attic loft and she does not. Our lot is 9,148 square feet or 0.21 acres. The 5 comparable sales were picked. I wanted to be able to minimize the need for adjustments in the comps. So I wanted to find really good comps. All sales were in 2023. 4 of the 5 were sales of Jackson model homes, of which 2 were new home sales by Stanley Martin. All 5 have no basements. All 5 homes were in an area of Glenmore with a concentration of newer Jackson model and other Stanley Martin homes, which according to the county assessor, generally have a lower quality of construction rating than the Craig homes. In our area of Glenmore, which is called Glenmore Highlands, 54 of the 64 homes in our area were Craig homes, and 8 were Stanley Martin, but none of the Stanley Martin homes were sold in 2023 in our area of Glenmore. Okay, now talking about the comparables, the 5 comparables. All 5 comparable sales have larger lots than our home, but that's not reflected in what I'm showing as adjusted sales prices. The second comparable is the same size and model as our home and was a new home built, new home built by the builder. And the sales price was $883,045. That one is not adjusted. Comparable 1 is the same model as our house and was also a new home sale by the builder. However, the second floor attic loft was only partially finished. So what I did was I took the assessed value of comparable 1 and the assessed value of comparable 2, and the difference is $26,400, and I added that to the $780 sales price to come up with an adjusted price of $876,180. Comparables 3 and 4 are also the same model of our home, and these are resale homes. Both homes have no attic lofts and were sold for $710,000 and $650,000 respectively, with the $650,000 sold in November of 23. To adjust these comps for no attic loft, I took the difference between the value of comp 2, which is just right around these other two comps, and subtracted the value of comps 3 and 4, and the difference is $10,400 and $109,900 respectively. And then I added those amounts to the actual sales prices to come up with adjusted sales prices of $810 and $759.9 to adjust it to be comparable to our home. Comparable 5 is not a Jackson model home, but was built by the same builder. It was a one-level home located in close proximity to the other comps. This sale was $780,000 and was 2,446 square feet. The adjustment that was made to comp 1 was a 400 square foot adjustment, and I took that same adjustment of 26.4 and added it to the 780 to come up with an adjusted price of $806,400 to make the square footage comparable to our house. So if you kind of step back from that, the adjusted sales price range that I came up with in this analysis, rough analysis, is $759,900 to $883,045, which is significantly less than $942,900. We believe that the overall value of our home should be no more than $870,000. All the comps should be considered, with the highest weightings going to the 2 new home sales, which is what I think I have done. Now, the other ones need to be considered because they're resale homes. My home is now a resale house. And the 2 new home sales were from a major builder with in-house financing. And, you know, and I don't know, but it's possible that there may have been concessions made, financing concessions to reflect high interest rates or something, but that's, it has the benefit of a new home sale and a warranty, which my house would not, and of course the resales do not either. Now the land value, switching to that, our 0.21 acre, 9,000 square foot lot was assessed at $209,500. And it's considerably smaller than the lots associated with the 5 comps, which ranged from 12,997 square feet to 14,810 square feet, or about a third of an acre. And those houses have assessments ranging from 185.8 to 206.4. The county appraiser told me it was not appropriate to compare our lot assessment to the comps because we live in a yard maintenance provided area of Glenmore, and our lot is more valuable because of that. Okay. Now I understand Glenmore is divided into 3 groupings for lot assessment consistency: golf course lots, non-golf course lots, and lots in the 3 maintenance provided areas. We and the other residents who live in the 3 yard maintenance provided areas pay a separate homes association assessment on top of the main Glenmore Homeowners Association, and this additional assessment fully funds the yard maintenance provided in our areas of Glenmore. So
We live in the Glenmore Highlands area. And I was told that we were grouped with the Scottish Homes area for land valuation purposes. That's one of the other areas. There is a third yard maintenance provided area called Bremerton Cottages. But the county keeps that area separate, and it is not factored into our land assessments. The lots in the Scottish Homes area are much larger than my lot, much larger. And there were lots that had the same value as mine, 2095. But the lots that had that valuation were generally half-acre lots, 0.51 acre lots, and mine's 0.21 acres. And I mean, that's how significant it was. I did provide an analysis in my presentation. I took 10 representative lots along Darby Road there, which is in Scottish Highlands. And those values are consistent. I mean, they're applied consistent, but the lots are much larger. In fact, when I looked at the Scottish Homes area, I didn't see any lot less than a third of an acre. It seems inequitable not to factor in Bremerton Cottage lots into the assessment valuation process for maintenance provided areas. Our lot size is not found in the Scottish Homes area, but it is consistent with the lot sizes in Bremerton Cottage. Because of the small lot sizes, Glenmore Highlands and Bremerton Cottages are the only two areas of Glenmore that allow front-loading garages. All the rest of them are silos. Our lot size is assessed at a consistent $154,000 in the non-golf course areas of Bremerton Cottages. But based on my analysis, I believe our lot should be assessed at no more than $180,000. So basically, on my application, I have 180,000 for the lot, 690 for the improvements, for a total of 870, and that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can we hear from the assessor's office?
Yes, sir. And for full disclosure, it's a little bit more than throwing a rock, but you can pretty much throw a rock from this house and hit mine. So it's not in the same Highlands section, but I know Glenmore very well. And there are differences between the different sections within Glenmore. As Mr. Meyer explained, we have the golf course properties. We have what we call Glenmore Main, which is anything not in the cottages, the Scottish Homes or the Highlands that is not on the golf course. And then we have those sections that are separate. And there is additional value that we don't add value directly because of the fact that they have maintenance of their properties, of their lawns. In the Highlands, I believe it's more than lawns. It includes the shrubs, landscaping. We don't put a specific value saying because of that, we are adding this much money to these properties, but we do group them in a different group from the main properties. And over the years, we have found that these different groups within Glenmore can have vastly different effects on them, where either the land value is worth more or less, or the improvements are worth more or less in relation. And so it's really important to look at them in relation to the sales that happen within each one of their groups. So we've provided for you comparable sales. There are 4 of them on the list. They're all from what we call Glen S, or includes the Highlands, the Scottish Homes. And all of the properties that Mr. Meyer included, his 5 properties are all in Glen M. So none of them are subject to the same. And it is amazing to me how much money was getting paid for these properties that are smaller. The land is smaller. And generally the homes are smaller than what you will see in Glen M, yet they were still getting at least the same amount of price or higher in some cases. So it's difficult to compare those separate sections. And if you start doing that, you're not really getting a feel for the values of the properties within each section. Something that I noticed when Mr. Meyer was talking is that he paid $844,500 for his home back in 2022, I believe, yes, 22. And some of the comparables he has presented, which might be the same model, sold for $650 and $710 in the year after his. And it's kind of an indication to me that there's something different about those properties, maybe where they are, which section they're in, that is indicated by that difference. He's asking for a value of $870 when he paid $844,500. And Glenmore has been going up. It's been a very, very tight market. Few homes for sale. I think there might be, David shared with me, only 1 home for sale at the moment in all of Glenmore. And so values have been going up over the last few years, higher than the average for the county. So it is not unusual for a property to be worth more now than it was last year or the year before. But I believe that, you know, we have provided comparable sales here. They are all sold for more, and they are of higher quality than the subject property, but they are within the Glen M neighborhood, and they're more appropriate indications of value than these other properties. No, I'm sorry, they're in the Glen S neighborhood, like the subject, and not in Glen M, and they're more representative of the type of property that, or the value you would have on the subject property. David, I don't know if David has anything to add. You wait until you come up there. So David did swear in when you swore in the witnesses earlier.
The emphasis put on the different neighborhoods, I think, is a larger thing within Glenmore by breaking it down than you would see in normal places. One of the statements made is that, you know, people are paying more because they're in that neighborhood. I don't know that people are paying more because they're in that neighborhood. What I do know is that neighborhood's broken off by itself. And by being broken off by itself, we don't have to determine whether they're paying more or less because it's in that neighborhood. You'd have to make an adjustment on the other lots. So if you take Glenmore main homes and then you say, okay, we want to put them into this neighborhood, at the current rate and the way things were selling, you would have to then make a market adjustment. So those numbers look great when you say, okay, here's a comp that's a street over, but it doesn't have the adjustment for the difference of that street and what's selling in that section.
Correct.
Does that make sense?
And I'll just add that this Highlands section went in very quickly. It built up very fast and sold out very fast. It was very sought after. When all the surrounding, everything around here surrounding it is what we consider Glen M, as part of the regular neighborhood, and filled up very slowly over in the time period that these houses completed.
Can you zoom out a little bit more?
How's that?
That's fine.
Get rid of the numbers. That'll help. David has something to add if it's okay.
The homes that are in Glenmore, Maine, some of the comps that were used are in another section we refer to as Glenmore, Maine, which is part of S, which is up near the front. So when near the very front of the entrance. So they're a lot closer to the main entrance. You don't have to drive as far to get in and out. So they're up there near the lake, right there near that circle. That's where they are. So you can see how close they are to the entrance to get in and out. At the time, people were building the homes in the Scottish section in the back. For some reason, these same models in the back were selling faster than they were in that section, the same model. But yet it would have been cheaper to put it in that section. So there is some kind of benefit to that Scottish section back there that's different than that section. I think people would have bought the homes that were less expensive, even though it's the same model.
Thank you.
Peter, could you highlight the Scottish home section on this map?
Yes, sir. I think we can. So the kind of goldish color is Glen M. Where are we? Go back to the subject if I can find myself. Okay, so all right, so this is the Highlands section. And then up, obviously the blue is the golf course. And here we go. This is the cottages, which is a separate section from Scottish. And then the front, here's the original Glen S, which the subject section is included with. In the light purple.
Any further questions? Okay. Rebuttal.
The only thing I would just want to mention is I have no idea what four comps that they're presenting. I just want to stress that when I looked for comps, I was looking for the same model home built by the same builder located inside of the neighborhood of Glenmore. So that's one. I just wanted to just emphasize that I was trying to look for as comparable home as I could in there and selected those.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Just in case they didn't pick that up on the recording, he said that he was trying to find comparable homes that were the same model. And I got all that right.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation, sir. We appreciate your submitting these materials and explaining your argument. We'll deliberate, and if we can come to a conclusion regarding your case today, we will. And in either case, whether we do today or not, you'll receive a letter from us the next 30 days letting you know the outcome of your appeal.
Thank you.
Do you want to take it in two parts here, the land piece and then the improvement piece, maybe? Okay, which one sounds better to you?
Let's do land first.
Okay, land first. The applicant has argued for a land value of 180,000 as opposed to the appraised value of 209,500. Right. So to me, this issue turns on whether we acknowledge that there's a neighborhood difference between those three component neighborhoods of Glenmore. And if so, that the benefits and amenities and other sort of distinctive factors about the neighborhood in which this applicant's parcel exists are real and have a reflect, and that they reflect market value, or that market value reflects their existence. If you believe those things are true, I think it's hard to deviate from the analysis that the assessor provided. As an example, I mean, I thought that it was an interesting argument to say that HOAs that provide lawn care don't necessarily drive higher values because the amounts that are paid are still paid, right? Whether you contract from individually or pay through an HOA. That seemed to be an assumption of the assessor's office.
There's not a difference, or there is?
Well, I thought the assessor's office was saying yes, that communities that provide services tend to create higher market values.
I've found that to be the case, yes. And I think I understand his argument about what it costs to cut the grass, but there are people who pay for the convenience of not having to deal with that. And real estate agents routinely promote the fact that there's an HOA to take care of these things.
Right.
So I believe there is a enhanced value for similar lots that are in an HOA.
Yeah, there's an argument you get like economy of scale or better pricing on something like that too, more consistent, you have more bargaining power. That one probably wasn't as compelling to me as I'm not sure I fully understood why the Bremerton cottages were sort of excluded or treated differently. I thought there was at least a colorable argument made by the applicant that his lot was more alike to the Bremerton cottage lots than, or at least sufficiently alike that they should have been used to derive the value. Would you mind hitting that one more time for me, Pete?
Oh, absolutely. First of all, what I was saying earlier is not that we were valuing the properties differently because of the additional amenities of the HOA providing, but that we separate that neighborhood from the other neighborhood because of it, because I don't know if we can really measure the amount of difference, but we let the appropriate comps that are within that subsection do the measurement for us. That's kind of what I was trying to say.
You're saying they fall into certain densities, like two tiers.
Correct. So when it comes to the cottages though, and certainly David can add in if I don't say this well enough, when we separate these into different, assessing districts, so, when we break Glenmore down into these 4 different groups, or 5, actually, there's a 5th, we're talking about not just the difference in the land value, but the difference in a multiplier that would apply to the improvements, that would apply to every property within that assessing district. So the cottages, the houses are completely different than the houses that are built in the rest of of Glenmore. And you can't assess those cottages, even though they might have the same size lot as the ones in the Highlands, you can't group them with the ones in the Highlands because they are a different product completely. And David, did I get that? Okay.
When you refer to cottages, you mean the original golf cottages on Bremerton?
Exactly, the Bremerton cottages.
And what is Highlands? What is another name for Highlands?
So Highland, it's a brand new section.
Oh,
It's called
okay.
Highlands, and it's like we were saying, it's similar to the Scottish homes, but it's located in the back.
Way in the back then.
Yes.
Okay, that's why I'm not familiar.
It's the last additional section being added to Glenmore.
Thank you.
Can you show us the neighborhood with the streets on the comps provided by the assessor? They're all in the same neighborhood, is that correct?
Let me find those. So, and I mentioned there was a fifth section, that's Glen E, or the preserve. It's this red area over here. And those are acreage, and they're a little bit different, completely different actually than everybody else. So they're off on their own. But let's see. So the cottages, I mean, the Highlands are here. Let me turn off the. So they are.
Let's say one's Drummond Road and Burley Court.
Right. So Drummond is here.
There's Burley. Okay, I
Main
see
road. Fenton is right here that the subject's on. And Burley is the last road down here at the bottom. So they're all in this section. And as you see, the sale prices range from $975 to $1.3 million for these same similar houses in 2023.
Can you show me where the applicants' comps are? Lockerbie, Ferndown, Pendower.
Yeah, as David was pointing out, those are all in the front of the neighborhood in the new section that is part right here. So if you came in the entrance and came around kind of toward the front, sorry, I came out too far. Came in the entrance and came, so where is the entrance? Can't find it. So you come down over this way, and then Ferndown is here. Lockerbie is here.
Yeah, I see him. Okay.
Pendower.
We have a little bit of extra time because of the cancelee on at 2:15, but we're 3 minutes past. Is there, since there needs to be more deliberation, is anyone prepared to call for a motion? I feel like we've really gotten through the land piece maybe, but I haven't gotten to talk much about the others. I will move to table the deliberation on this item until the next applicant has, we move through that, and then there's a break plus a 30-minute cancellation block that we could use to resolve this one.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay. So we voted to table the deliberations on Board of Equalization application number 54. The next application is Board of Equalization application number 13 with the address 4327 Sunset Drive. Hi there. Okay, ma'am, you'll have a 10-minute period to present your case, and then 7 minutes for the assessor's office, and then you'll have a 3-minute rebuttal. And may I swear you in before we start? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you have a question?
So actually this is regarding my house tax.
Ma'am, would you mind talking into
Yeah.
the microphone a little more
You
if you
can
could?
point it at you.
Yeah,
Like this.
yeah, move the microphone
Like
right
that.
right in your face.
So it's been increased from last year. So actually what I understood is from this is being because of,
Ma'am, would you mind just pulling it down so that it's faced directly towards your mouth? Yes, that'll be
Thank
so helpful. Thank you.
so because of some riverside view and then some hill view, because of that, the property tax is being increased. Because I brought this house from another person. So actually, we are not getting any view from my home, direct view from through the hill area or the river. In fact, it is what to say. It's so I mean, it's a very big area. So I don't know because my the same houses people they haven't had this much of hike. So I'm just wondering, is it because of this property, these views, or this tax is being increased? So that is my question about.
Okay.
So it's been hiked, I mean, very much from the last year.
Okay. And we have your written materials. Is there anything else that you wanted to state as part of your presentation?
No, only this.
Okay. I think I understood you to, at the end of your presentation, say that is the question I want to ask or to identify a question that you were seeking to have answered. Is that right?
Yeah.
Would you mind just telling again, repeating for me what the question is that you'd like to receive clarification on, ostensibly from the assessor's office?
Yeah, the clarification is because of that. I understood the properties prices, taxes been increased because of there is a river besides my property and there is a hill place, which we are not getting any direct view from there because in fact we cannot see unless we go just so much far from my house to see that.
Yes.
And that is one thing I understood. Then I didn't do any, I mean, extra work other than which I brought from another person, the house. As it is, we are maintaining the same way. We didn't do any, I mean, extra construction from our side other than a fence because I have a daughter with intellectual deficit. She always goes out, so to protect her. So I just wondering why this.
Okay. Thank you. And we'll have the assessor speak now, and then you'll have an opportunity to speak again after that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, before you start, my notebook is missing the last two. It would be 10 and 11.
Here, I'll share.
Or if you could give me copies of those two, because on 10 I was very confused, but I don't have, I didn't have any notes.
Okay.
And my book is also missing this one right here,
okay.
number 11.
Okay.
Just those three.
I have 2 10s and 2 11s.
Two? Oh,
I
there you
do.
go.
Solve the mystery.
Oh, okay, so we solved that. There you go.
Let me see what I can do for you
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
I had the worst person in my office put this together. That was me. So
I was wondering where you're going with
I'm
that.
sorry about that.
There's no good way to put binders together.
Yes.
quickly.
I thought I was being so efficient and careful, but.
Okay, I think we're ready for the assessor's office.
Okay, so this neighborhood is single family detached Briarwood, obviously to separate it from the attached properties in there. And it's a pretty homogeneous neighborhood with a good number of sales each year for us to base our assessments on. As you can see by the 6 sales that we presented, and this is what I was kind of referring to earlier in another hearing, that when they're more homogeneous, that we typically have a pretty tight band. You see the COD is a 1.22. The range of ratios on these 6 sales run from 97% to 101. So that's a pretty tight. We wish we could do that with every type of property, but it's a little easier to do when the properties are pretty consistent, like they are in this neighborhood. The subject property, the owners purchased the property back in 22 for $699,000. We are now at $719,100. It's a very it's not a very large increase over what they paid for it. We believe that, this neighborhood has a lot of good information. Including the subject property, our descriptions are pretty accurate, and we believe that there is plenty of support for the value that we have. I would like to, I'm trying to just make sure I understand the question that the applicant had. Did it relate to why the assessment went up? Is that?
I think I understood the applicant, and I invite the applicant to correct me, to say that the view assessment, she didn't understand why it was applied because of the foliage in the backyard and the distance to the river. It seemed to her that the views were not available.
Correct. Okay, now I know. I missed the view part of what she said. So if you look at the map, which I've got open right now, the majority of properties within the neighborhood look at houses behind them. They're just houses behind houses. But and this is kind of what we were talking about with views earlier. They can vary based on what the difference is that we're comparing it to of having not having a view. But basically, these houses are looking at open space. They have trees. They've got a small river. They may or may not be able to see that river at different times. We're not saying that they can see, gorgeous mountains or that they have their waterfront or anything like that. But that the amount that we adjust for, and I'll bring that up right here, 25% is what we do on all of these properties that don't back up to houses. And it's to represent kind of the benefit of backing up to open area instead of another house. And in this case, it is 25% of $130,000 is what we're saying the benefit of not having a house behind you is. That's about 30,000, something like that. So I don't know if that answers the question, but that's specifically what the view adjustment is for.
Is that applied equally to everyone in that row along the street there?
Yes. So it's all the ones over here. I don't know what this is, and we will look at that. The 1.1 on the other side, but all of these have the 25% that back up to these open area.
Okay.
So you're saying that if you have a view of anything other than another house, it's a plus?
Correct. That is typically in the market a good thing if you're not looking at your neighbor's back deck.
I just wanted to make sure you weren't saying it's a view of the Blue Ridge or anything.
Exactly. No, right. That's what I'm saying. It is not because it's a view of the Blue Ridge, or you don't see Monticello sitting on the top of the hill or something. It's because you're not looking at other homes. And this would have been established based on the lot sales when these houses were being developed, this view adjustment.
So presumably the lots across the street sold for less than these.
Correct.
I note, I saw that the assessor's office had noted that there was a, that there was an additional bathroom, additional bedroom. Is it still within the range of sort of what you'd expect in the neighborhood, or do you start to approach the, once a house becomes sort of sufficiently unlike its fellows, don't you apply a reduction for that if it's sort of overbuilt or?
We do, but it matters how much overbuilt it is. It would really have to be some difference. And if you're talking about number of bathrooms, if you're
Like
talking about the difference about 2.5 to 3.5 or 2.5 to 4.5, even, it's really not that much. If there were 10 bathrooms, then we're talking about a functional problem. You don't really need 10 bathrooms in a certain size house. So that's the way we would address that type of situation. If you were to have like every house in the neighborhood is 2,000 square feet and one property has 4,000 square feet, we would consider that a functional obsolescence problem, because people generally in the neighborhood aren't looking for a 4,000 square foot home. They wouldn't necessarily pay for a 4,000 square foot home in this neighborhood that they would pay for in a neighborhood that typically has them. That doesn't always apply in the rural areas because you can have such a range, but when you're talking about a homogeneous neighborhood like this, that's when it would come into effect.
Understood. Any further questions for the assessor? Okay. Mrs. Sukumaran, would you like to speak again? Okay. Was your question addressed by the assessor regarding the views and the escalation factor that was applied to your property?
If she's saying like that, then.
I understand. I'm not asking if you agree with the explanation, but just was your question addressed? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And anything further that you'd like to share before we deliberate?
Only I have a concern because the neighborhood people, the opposite to my house and all is not that much height, like next to my house, and also that is what I'm wondering, kind of.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have 12 minutes to deliberate.
I'll go. I'm convinced that this is accurate. One, pretty homogeneous subdivision. The metrics that you use for the mass appraisal are tight. I understand the view adjustment. I think sometimes the concern, especially around here with people with the view, is when you say view, you mean mountain view. Well, no, that's not what we mean. We just mean, I don't know, open space view. But when you're this close to the mountains, everybody assumes if you're getting additional value for view, it's got to be a mountain view, and that's not necessarily the case. I guess I'm saying I'm comfortable with this assessment. I think it's fair and it reflects the market.
I agree. I'm also comfortable. I think it would be hard to justify changing the assessment to $69,000 less than the house was bought for over a year ago.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. It's difficult because 25% over 40%, is this view. Like 70% as good as the one that we looked at on the top of, probably not, but would people pay 25% times the land value to not back up to a neighbor? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if it's applied to land value, I think that's fair.
Anything further? Okay, is there a motion?
Make a motion that we keep the current assessment on the property.
Okay, there's been a motion to affirm the assessment. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, the vote is to unanimously approve the assessment for 2024.
719,100. Yep.
He's missing a 9. You gave him 11.
That's what I had 2 of. I don't have 2 of 9.
I don't have 2 9s.
I still don't have one of Fenton.
I don't have 2 9s.
Anybody else got 2 9s? Do you have 2
I still
9s?
need one of
Fish.
a copy of the notes for Fenton Court.
I had 10 and 11 twice,
Right.
but he needs 9.
9 and 10.
Oh, you need
I
9?
have 10,
All
but I need 9.
You need 9. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll go.
Mine is Mr. Meyer.
11.
Actually, let me just give him this. I have it on the computer, so. So the next applicant is the Costco that canceled, that withdrew.
Okay. Then should we circle back to our application 54 for 413 Fenton Court?
So I wanted to add a piece of information. Craig purchased 10 parcels, including the subject Mr. Meyer's home lot, for $167,000 per lot 7 years ago. So he's asking for $180,000 for his land value. So I just wanted to add that piece of
Do
information.
you have any records of the block purchases on the section that he was using as his comps for land?
Oh, I can certainly look at that.
Yeah.
And you know, and we won't necessarily use a, 10 lot, to figure out the market value of a single property, but it is an indication of something. So let me pull that back up now that I don't have it. It's Green Docs. All right, so this is
So in this section that the subject property is in, am I gathering there were 2 builders?
yes,
There was Craig and Stanley.
and Southern.
Stanley. You
I
right?
don't know. I think Stanley did do a
It
couple
says
of homes in Highlands. Yes, I don't know if there was another. David, who did homes in Highlands besides Craig?
but he wrote here that in 22 he paid $845 for his newly built home by Stanley Martin.
Oh, by Stanley. Okay,
in Glenmore,
correct.
Highlands.
Correct. They did 8 lots. Okay. Okay, so the 741.
Can I ask in the properties that he noted as his comps, 2 of them were Stanley Martin. I'm just trying to get a feel for your argument, David, about or not your argument, but what you observed, that section sold so much quicker. I mean, clearly that's what the market dictated for whatever reason, which is what your assessments are supposed to reflect. I'm just trying to put my head around why. Sometimes it comes down to the salesperson sitting in the sales office, frankly.
Possible, yes.
Not possible. It's exactly true.
Definitely, yeah. So to answer your question about the properties in the front, those were developed by Stanley Martin and built by Stanley Martin. So there's no land sale in between. There was land as part of their building of the house.
And they were the only option.
I think,
or did they sell those?
I think I don't know if they sold any of in the front. I know in my section, which was similar to the front, but it's right next to this part in the Highlands in the back. They were going to develop them all themselves or build them all themselves, but they had a hard time. So they ended up selling some. But I think they filled up the front a lot quicker than my section. So they did build a lot of their own. I'll keep looking to see if any of them are sales of land.
I have a question on the comparable here. The third one from the assessor, it says 1,055,900 and in parentheses. What is that? What is NC? What is that about?
$1,060,000. We have new construction that happened after the January 1st assessment. Is that correct? I'll pull it up and confirm exactly what it is, but it appears that there was some new construction, something added to the house after the sale of the property.
Oh, okay. Okay.
56083.
Like an upgrade from the spec or something. Is that what we're...
They did some basement work after they purchased it. So just the sale price just represents what they had when they bought it. So we like to differentiate if something gets done afterwards.
We can't tell who built that property, right? We don't know if that's Stanley Martin.
The Burley Court one, 806
yes, 806 Burley Court.
We should have that. Yeah, it's Craig Builders.
Craig Builders.
Yes.
Peter, is the subject property in the Scottish Homes section or is it in the Highland?
It's in Highlands.
It's in Highlands.
Correct. It's not in the original Scottish Home section.
It's not.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we keep the assessor's number. I don't know exactly, reaffirm, whatever.
Okay, there's a motion to affirm the assessment, the Office of Assessment. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? The vote is unanimous to affirm the decision of the county assessor with respect to Board of Equalization application number 54.
The assessment is 942,900.
Yep. Right.
Yes.
Mr. Mayo, the next hearing is scheduled for 3.
Okay.
He may be here a little bit early, but
okay, that sounds like a plan.
Right. You can stop the recording and kind of aim for 2:45 maybe to be ready for the next one. You could start recording.
Okay, Board of Equalization now called to order, and we will hear the application number 3 for 515 Rhodes Drive. We have Mr. and Mrs. Ryan. Yes. Okay. If you'll come up to the podium, I will swear you in.
Yeah, if you come, no, right up there to the podium. And please make sure you speak right into that microphone right there.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you have 10 minutes to present your appeal. There will be a 7-minute presentation by the county assessor, and then
I need these passed out.
Okay, and you'll have 3 minutes of rebuttal.
One extra, which if you give it back to me, I would appreciate it. Ross, keep it now. I mean, there should be 6 there. Is that the right number? That's good. Yes, and I'll keep, and here's the second batch. Thank you. Since I've only got 10 minutes, I'll just talk fast.
We can go a little bit over. It's all right.
When we bought this house, we never knew that they planned on putting the pickleball, padel, and elevated paddle court in. It was about 4 or 5 months later that we found out, and the neighbors begged them to put everything on the opposite side because this is 13.5 acres, and they ran it right against the backyards of all the neighbors, and they refused to help us at all. The noise level during the summer, you cannot be outside, period. Just imagine 10 courts screaming and yelling. They have probably every 3 or 4 weeks, they have a tournament. People are there all day long. They're talking about putting in lights now. They pulled an application to put an additional padel court in. And the house that you see in blue, that's our house. So they all run up against the back of our house. You can hear the noise inside our house. You can hear it in the bedrooms. You can hear it everywhere. Property doesn't always go up in value. Sometimes things happen that make it go down in value, and that's what happened here. So when we got the appraisal of our property, we just couldn't believe it. They had it at $1.5 million. And I thought, this is impossible. The first sheet that I had handed in earlier, which was, I don't know, a month ago, 2 months ago, shows comparables in our very neighborhood. And the comparables, one was at $1,495,000, the rest around $1,406,000, $1,413,000, things like that. The houses were all bigger than our house, newer. One case, it had 8.5 bedrooms. We have 3. Another case, the property was 2 to 3 times the size of our property. So I initially was coming in to point this out to the board and say, look, this is not fair to us. However, in the last couple of weeks, or a month or so, there have been 2 sales on our street. From our house, which is blue, go to the left up 2, and that is 555 Rhodes. That house closed last week, larger lot. The house is just a little bit smaller than ours, but it's a beautiful house, which is the one you see here. I don't know, do you see this? Did you all get this?
Which one is it on this lot? Pete, can you put its cursor over the one that he's talking about?
I'm trying to find it.
Over on the left-hand side.
It's a red brick gambrel.
More toward 250.
Gambrel roof.
You're coming in, it'd be the first on the left.
Well, anyway, you see it. It closed last week at $1,160,000. Our house is I think they lowered it now. It's $1,433,000, something like that. And this house, bigger piece of land, almost the same size, and on facing the courts, just like we do. I mean, it's exactly similar to our house. Sold at $1,160,000. Now, if you go across the street and up one, you see a white square structure building there. That would be the second exhibit that I just gave you. And what you see there, you're going to see a big patch of green. First, that house is smaller than our house. The piece of land is smaller than our house. However, they get no noise at all. They're on the other side of the street and they have no noise. And if you go down to the left side of their property line, you see a patch there. That patch is a lake with fish. They sit on a lake with fish. And that house just sold May 20 for $1,015,000. And they're taxing us at $1,433,000. And it's just not fair. We're not going to get that if we sold it today. From the time we bought it to today, things have so dramatically changed in the noise level. And everybody in the neighborhood knows it, everybody all around. You say, oh, Greencroft, you don't live near those horrible courts, do? And yeah, we're the one that back up to it. So we would like it reduced. Initially in our paperwork, we said to $1,200,000. And that, based on the sale that just happened last week of $1,160,000, $1,200,000 is reasonable. That's it.
Okay.
Do you have anything, Cindy? Do you have anything to add? No? Okay.
Yeah, please make sure you speak into the microphone.
Thing, we're right at the padel court, and padel is different than pickleball. It is a combination of tennis, pickleball, and squash. So the ball crushes around the walls. And that's what makes it so loud in our particular area. The other houses don't have the padel court. We have it right on
against our property.
Right against our property.
Have you ever heard of padel court? Have you ever heard them play?
Yeah.
It is louder than tennis, louder than pickleball, louder than anything you can imagine. And of course, they're all screaming and yelling the whole time too. And now the club has informed us that they're going to start adding lights so that everybody can play from 8 in the morning till 10 at night.
So they don't have lights now?
No.
On the padel court they have, but they haven't lit them.
So that's what makes the noise level so heavy for us. And we would appreciate your consideration.
Where is 570 on the map?
Oh, it's the one that's highlighted now in the blue.
No.
Thank you very much.
I think that's 555.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's 555. Which
that
one
is 555.
Which one is 570? Oh, sorry.
See, up at the top of where the lines come together, right across the street.
Oh, here we go.
That's it.
Right there.
And down below is the lake.
Okay. Any further questions for the applicant? Okay. We hear from the assessor, please.
Yes, sir. And if you don't mind just a second, so I can kind of catch up on what was just submitted. So 570 Rhodes is the one that just sold?
570 sold May 20.
Correct.
And 555, which is the one in blue now,
right?
It sold last week.
Okay. And we don't know the actual sale price on 555 yet?
Yes, $1,160,000.
Was that the asking price or was that the
$999,000, not even $1 million. So they asked, in fact, I think on the second page, it shows you the setup there. Yeah, $999,000 and sold at $1,160,000.
Oh, that's on this.
The one that has the color photo on the front.
Okay.
On the back.
Yes, I got you. I got it.
Setup.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking a minute to get here. Okay.
Sold for $1 million what?
I'm sorry?
It sold for $1 million what?
The one blue 555 sold for 1,160,000. And we are asking that ours be valued at 1,000,002, which will make it the highest in the neighborhood. And then the one across the street with the lake, it was 1,015,000.
Mr. Chair, I think it's important. We always talk about how these are sales that took place after January 1st, and you can't consider them. I definitely want to look at them because this is a very specific issue related to this property. And these could certainly bear on what would be appropriate. And so I'll just start off. Mr. Ryan, you'll have an opportunity. I'm gonna speak for a few minutes. You'll have an opportunity to add more after I'm done. We are aware of the noise issue, so we're not denying there's a noise issue at all. The problem I've identified and are trying to figure out is, and what we have assigned a solution to, is how much does it actually affect the value of the property? We're not saying there's no noise, we just don't know how much less would you get for the house because of the noise. We definitely agree you'd get something less than if that wasn't there. We don't necessarily agree with the amount that the applicant has asked for. But we do not have, I'd love to have market data that said, no, this is really what a typical buyer would pay for that type of problem, what we don't in this situation. So I want to look, I mean, we're pretty clear on what the subject property is. It's a very nice, I believe, one-story home. Let me confirm that. Yes, one-story home. And we've provided you comparables that don't have a noise problem that are one-story homes. One-story homes sell for more per square foot. They're superior to any other style because of everything being on that first floor. When you have a 1.5 or a 2-story, the price per square foot drops automatically if everything else is the same, because you've got those stairs to climb and the utility and all that is different. So I believe that our description of the property is appropriate and our valuation of the model is appropriate. It's just a matter of how do we treat that noise? So as I indicated in the write-up, we have put 5% economic as opposed to functional. It's an economic or external adjustment on the building to reduce for the effect of the noise. That equates this year to $65,400 reduction from where it would be if there was no noise. And what the applicant is asking for with the 1,200,000 is he's saying quantitatively that it's worth $299,000 less than it would be if there was no noise. So which one of those two numbers is correct? Is there a number in between that's more appropriate? That I don't know, based on the information that we actually have from the market. So we can't just look at these two sales and say, oh, they sold for this as opposed to his, because there are lots of differences in these houses. And that's what I really haven't had time to figure out. This property with the picture is a 2-story. It's, I got to open it up so we can kind of, let me know if you want to go through this conversation. Is this okay?
Yeah, I'd like to know what the assessed value of
okay.
I'm reading this, 550?
So I'm looking at 555, which is the one that's highlighted right now. I have that one open. We have an assessment on it of $931,000 for the current year. This one has no adjustment for noise or anything like that. In our assessment, it's like I said, it's 2-story. It's 3,588 square feet. And it's a A-3 grade. Now I wish I do. Billy, do you have this open, the subject?
And the subject is what?
That's what I want to compare it to.
You got A+2.
A+2, correct. So, and if you look at the picture of this, you know, the picture that was provided by the applicant, I don't have a lot. This is definitely a lower grade home than the applicant's home, which is a very nice.
Say that again,
home.
please.
I'm sorry?
Repeat that, please.
The finish, just looking at the outside picture that was provided here, you can tell that this is a lower graded home than the applicant's home. So that can be a big difference, A-3 compared to A+2. And the fact that it sold for 1,015,000.
No, 1,160.
570?
555.
Oh, 555 sold for 1,160.
1,160,000. So I would doubt that if this home sold for 1,160,000 just now, that the subject property, with this far superior in quality, would sell for 1,200,000. Now, as they indicated, they are closer to these courts, so they don't necessarily have exactly the same effect. But this is a property that backs to the courts.
We go, what did you give me the metric on the difference between A+2 and A-3? I mean, do y'all have?
I can tell you that
question percentages.
I don't have the percentage, but I can tell you something that probably answers your question.
Okay.
If this property, the 555, was A+2,
there you go. That's one way to do it.
It would be worth 1,158,800, according to our model. 158,800. Which is what it pretty much just sold for.
Exactly.
Of course, it didn't sell as A+2, but sorry, those things don't really go together. So those types of differences are the kind of things I think we really need to consider
20%.
to figure out what these sales are actually telling us.
20%.
Okay.
Could we do this on 570 also?
Absolutely. Let me pull that one up without changing that property to an A+2. 570.
And that assessment you just told us, the 931, that's 2024.
That is 2024, is correct. So it is actually selling for $230,000 above our current assessment. The 570 is an A-2. It's a much smaller home, 1,990 square feet, with 512 feet finished in the basement additional. It's only assessed at 813,100. Sorry, let me grab that one. It sold for $1,015,000. So it also is sold for $200,000 above our current 24 assessment. Just for the same sake of comparison, it would be assessed at $955,600 if it was an A+2. It was the same grade. Now, of course, it is smaller still, so you have other differences other than grade. The grade is definitely one of the large ones.
You happen to know what the asking price of that property was?
Do you know what the asking price of 570 Rhodes Drive was? Okay. We'll see if we can get that information. $945,500 was the listing price.
Thank you.
Yet another instance of 50-some thousand over the asking price for a house that's sold. So as I said, you know, I would object, I guess, if we were just talking about a normal situation and we were starting to talk about sales after January 1st. I don't object to that if we want to consider it. I'm just not sure based on these other differences exactly what these sales are telling us in relation to what the applicant is asking for a reduction.
So can you follow my math, Pete? On 555, the one that sold this year recently, you had an assessed value of 931 that if you grossed it up to, instead of it being an A -3, an A +2.
Correct.
So let's just assume that it's quality matched the subject property.
Correct.
You'd get up to 1.158. Divide that by its square footage. I'm going to call these lots equally valued just for, you know, simplicity's sake, but they're pretty close. And they're both affected by the sound, although I will acknowledge the subject properties more affected by the sound because of its closer proximity. But I don't think that little bit of trees is going to stop a lot of noise. It probably will help with the lights more than anything. The 555 lot is going to be less impacted by the lights, similarly impacted by the sound, humble opinion. But if you take that and you divide, you end up with $323 a square foot. If you increased the 555 property to be the same finish quality. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And then if you apply that square footage to their square footage, I don't know if you does your A2, A +2 or A -3 take into account the floor, 1 story versus 2 stories?
It does not. It's just a multiplier for quality.
So is there?
I mean, there might be other things that are also different that we didn't get into, but the majority of it would be.
But if you did that, you'd end up with $1,212,000, 1.2. Like right. If you applied what that sold for per square foot, brought it up to match the finish level of the subject property, and then multiplied that square foot cost by by the subject's actual square footage.
Right.
By that amount. I understand there's the 1 story, 2 story, which would actually increase the value of the subject property a little bit because it's all 1 story.
Correct.
But I mean, that's a far cry from 1.4 million. So I guess I'm agreeing with you by talking my way through it.
Yeah, I think we would follow that that logic. We would have to change the other components in the sale,
right,
to see where per square foot you would end up with a similar property to the subject. And the danger we always get into when we start doing those, like I said earlier, is the square foot analysis with other differences, is you're ignoring those other differences, or you're missing them.
So when was the 5% imposed for the noise pollution?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
When was the 5% imposed for the noise pollution?
Was it just this year? Yeah. Okay, we just added the 5% this year, yes.
And how was it decided that should be 5% as opposed to any other number?
That's a very good question. Of which I wish I had, like I said, market data to support the answer. But basically, we know that when the Ryans purchased the home, the pickleball courts were not there, and this other court, but there were tennis courts. There was a club back there. It's not the entire property wasn't built. So we know that there was a level of noise back there to begin with. And we're trying to estimate the difference between the level of noise that they originally had and what they have now, because their sale price of 1.3 million already took into effect that there was a property behind them. So, like I said, we were kind of trying to come up with a number that really reflected that difference that was made, as he indicated, since they bought the house. So.
Okay. Is the representative who went to the house and listened available to testify?
Yes, sir. Step up to the thing, and if you didn't swear, oh, you did. Okay, so he's already sworn in.
Okay. Hello, how are you, sir?
Good, how y'all doing?
Good. I saw a notation in the applicant's materials sort of describing your reaction to the sound. I don't know if you had a chance to review those, but could you just help us understand what the sound of the courts seemed like to you when you were there?
Yeah, when I first got out of the vehicle, you could hear they were only playing on 2 courts at the time. And when I got out of at the front of the house, you could hear them. And that was only 2 courts. Nobody was playing on the Padel court. And inside the house, you could also hear it. And like I said, it was only 2 courts at the time. So.
Okay. I mean, is it fair to describe it as a nuisance or noise pollution? Like, is it something that would really interfere with somebody's use of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It is. And one thing I should have maybe have done in my assessment is give them a little bit relief on the land value itself.
Okay.
Could you repeat that, please?
I wish I would have given them some more relief on their land value.
Thank you.
Do you think
Specifically
that
because of the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it like living near an airport or a construction zone?
Well, if you've ever heard paddle balls before, they're pretty loud, and I haven't heard the Padel court. I've tried to go by there, and nobody ever. When I'm there, they're not playing, but I'm sure it's pretty loud. I listened to it online. I found a website that had it. It seemed pretty loud.
Do you think that of the homes that back up against the Greencroft Club, this one would be the most bothered by the noise?
I think so. Yes, sir. Yeah, because when I walked around the back of the house to look at the courts themselves and measure the back of the house, they were playing on the far end, and you could hear them just like they were next to you.
Jeff, could you, I believe when we talked about it, you did not hear the courts from inside with the door. You didn't go inside with the doors closed. I think that's what you told me.
No,
you could, oh, you were inside the house?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay, could you tell the board about the sound inside the house then?
You could hear it inside, especially on the far right-hand end of the house. Not so much, on the far left-hand side of the house. On the far right-hand side of the house, you couldn't hear it as bad, but you could still hear it.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions for Mr. Shaw? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't quite identify him when he came up. So Jeff Scholl is his name for the record, if you want to.
Does the applicant wish to make rebuttal?
Yes. There was a tennis court built long time ago, and it had cracked, and some people had hurt themselves, so that the tennis court had been abandoned 10, 15, 20 years. Nobody played on the tennis court. There was never any sound. Did I do that?
That was me, sorry.
Oh. So it's not as though we moved to noise. We didn't. And also, I was a realtor And I can tell you, when people look at a neighborhood, a house comes on the market and they look at a neighborhood, and the first thing they say is, when was the last sale? How much? And then it's in concrete in their brain. And to get them to come up beyond that takes some real doing. So this latest sale, that's going to be it. That's what people are going to look at when they look at this neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you. Have you looked into, not that this has anything to do with what we're doing today, but just for informational purposes, if the club is going to put lights in and more courts, have you looked into having them put up some sort of sound mitigation, some sort of fence or something?
They have talked about putting up some sound mitigation, and what they did is they put up some canvas, green, on the fencing, but it doesn't make any difference. It's the same noise. I mean, at times it is so bad. You know, the gentleman was talking about 2 courts. Try 10. Try 10 courts in the summer, day after day after day after day. And you get a very different impression of living there. There are things you can do. They're horrendously expensive, but apparently there's massive discs you can put on your roof line to, the noise comes into the disc and then it shoots it away from your property. But I don't think we can get into that kind of expense. Otherwise, that's what we're stuck with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Any further questions? Okay, we'll move to deliberation. I had actually one question for the assessor. In circumstances where you guys have a property that's near one of the stereotypical nuisances, like an airport, I think was a good example, or a really busy road, what type of a reduction in value is applied? Like, is it a range from 0% to 5% or 0% to 20%, or kind of how are other nuisances handled?
So, if you're talking about the airport, because of the land development layouts, the majority of properties around an airport are going to be industrial. So you're not necessarily going to have houses. And if you do, they're going to be pretty low end. So the adjustment we make, and I can't tell you, I don't know exactly what it would be. I would expect it would be 5-10%.
Well, I would think around the market, around the existing airport that's been there, the market is giving you the value. The discount for being near the airport and that noise is built into the comps around the airport.
It would be, yeah. So that would be a more generalized
road, or somebody moved in a new business like this that created something that the market hasn't had time to respond to. I think that's what you're asking.
I agree. Absolutely.
So my perspective is the 5% is not enough. I don't think anyone would trade the noise pollution that's been described for $65,000 discount on the house. I think the type of person that would typically buy a house like this would have very high expectations for the serenity and the atmosphere that that was part of enjoying that property. And it sounds like, at least for part of the year, that's totally missing. So that was very persuasive evidence to me. The assessor's representative, Mr. Shull, when he went out there, said, yes, it was loud. Yes, it would be disturbing to someone who lived there. He heard it inside and outside the house, front and back. I sort of take the applicants at their word that the backyard is unusable when people are using these courts. And to me, that represents a significant diminution in the value of the property. So I would be in favor of adjusting the 5% to something greater, in light of the fact that this does seem like an extraordinary burden on a house that was sort of designed to create quite a different experience for the owners and guests.
Yeah, I think we should be closer to the applicant's request of 1.2. I'm not saying we should go all the way there, but I I know my math doesn't have all of the little details, but it's got 90% of the information. You can certainly squeeze a little more value out of being one story, you know, versus the one I was comparing it to that had recently sold. So
And if you'd like, I actually further adjusted that one to if it were a one story.
Oh, there you go.
And maybe this information will help a little bit. So to make sure I have the right property and I'm not confusing them at the last minute here. There's 555 roads sold for 1,160,000. So I changed the major items if it were a +2 and if it were a one story. So that's going to be the majority, I think, like you're saying. The value without an adjustment for sound would be 1,288,300, which is
right. That's what
$128,000 above what it actually sold for.
Right. And I would argue that the sound for 555 taken into account. So I mean, they are closer though. And that, I'm not going to say the word right, but that other game with the glass box around it is incredibly loud. And the pitch of those impacts, believe it or not, are higher than a pickleball. I think the pitch part of that one's. So, I mean, I like what you just did. I think that that's fair. And if we wanted to do a little bit more because of its closer proximity, I'm fine with that. But I mean, I've put 5% on that number that you just told us, and maybe that's a reasonable number to get to. I don't think that'll get all the way down to what the applicant's asking for. And I want to say this because it's not completely analogous to the solar panel thing. This is a nuisance that exists. It's a nuisance that exists, and it's a nuisance that has been reflected in at least a sale in a very small market. I mean, you could make the argument there's only 4 houses in this neighborhood that are going to be affected by this. The people on the other side of the street are not. So this isn't affecting you. This is just me making the point that I don't think that we're treating everybody equally. You know, the solar thing doesn't exist yet. That's just, when it comes along, it can be dealt with. That's it. So what's 5% on the number that you calculated?
Well, I was going to tell you that I was going to recalculate. Basically that is 10%. If you do a 10% adjustment on the other property that's sold, you'd be coming down to around the sale price that it just sold for. So I think a minimum adjustment of 10% is what you're saying to match what that would be on the subject property, but possibly more to reflect the fact that it's closer. Is that correct?
We do my simple math.
Are you talking about a 10% noise reduction?
Yeah, I think that's right. And that was for 555.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if that one's 10, 515 to me has to be at least 12, just based on the proximity, the closer the Padel proximity, fact that the backyard sort of,
or even 15.
Yeah, I like 5s.
If you don't mind, let me read. I had to switch back from the other property. So let me put in the adjustment and I can tell you a more accurate number as to what the adjustment would be.
So just to recap, you're gonna take the sales price of 555. I'm sorry, I was doing the assessment. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Go do what you're doing, Pete, then tell us.
Okay. I'm just trying to get this to open.
I don't want to confuse you too much.
555 roads. Okay, so I have now set the comparable property 555 to a 1-story and a A+2. And then, as I told you, it's 1,288,300. And now I'm going to set the economic obsolescence. Let me see, I'm going to put 15 on it. That brings it down to 1,000,001. 10% would bring it down to 1,164,000. And it was sold for 1,160,000. So it appears that everything else remaining the same, that a 10% economic obsolescence on this sale would be appropriate based on what it would be without it and what it actually sold for.
So Peter, you raised them all to, what is it, A+2 condition?
Grade, yes.
Grade?
Yes.
Yeah, I am familiar with these properties, and the subject property is beautiful quality.
Correct.
And the 555, 955 and the other, I would assume, I haven't been in them in a long time.
Right.
But I'm familiar with them, and I don't think that they were updated or re-renovated since they've been built.
That is correct. And so we assess them based on being a relatively or a pretty lower condition or quality. Yeah, we are treating them as being a lower quality. For this analysis, we're trying to say if that property were more like the subject and had the same grade and was the same style, what would it sell for? And then to reduce that down. And I might be missing something here because this exercise is very unusual. I'll tell you that. Yeah. We're just trying to kind of find a relationship between them to come up with a percentage.
So you doing that? Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's fine. I'll come back after you.
So you took the sales price of 1.16. Is that right?
Correct.
You increased it.
Oh, no. What I did was I increased what we would assess the property for if it had those differences.
Right, from A-3 to A+2.
Correct.
So then, assuming it went from an A3 -3 to an A+2, it would go from 1.16 to
1,288,000.
Right. Okay. So,
and then took 10% off of that, and it brought us down almost to exactly what it sold for. So
what's that number exactly?
It was 10%, but it was 1,164,000, and it sold for 1,160,000.
And the 10% is noise, obsolescence.
Correct. That's what it would be based on.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, as far as noise is concerned, I mean, there are other areas that have paddle tennis courts or pickleball courts, and they have noise as well. And when you buy a property next to a country club that has extra land, they're liable to do anything. I mean, there are courts. I live in Farmington, and the pickleball noise is tremendous. Have you had any history of anyone coming back and asking for a noise allowance for the assessment?
I do not remember addressing it as an appeal or a review question, but have we had other properties like in Farmington that have raised that? Okay. Billy's only aware of one. And if we're aware of it and, there's obviously an issue of quality of life, basically for that property, we'll make an adjustment for it. But yeah, we have the same problem here is how much do you adjust it?
No.
This could be the first of a few in the next few years.
It could be. Yes.
It definitely will be, I would say.
So Farmington added tennis courts.
A lot of them.
And then 6 of them, and then they converted 6 of their tennis courts to 12 pickleball courts, which happened to be in an area that they do not directly abut a house. I think they've kind of done the lesser of 2 evils over there. Like the tennis isn't as loud. It can still be annoying, but it's not as loud.
Right.
A few houses around there.
There's 3 or 4, but okay, this is not the point. I think we should reduce it. I'm okay with the 10%, maybe even 15 if y'all feel like it, because I think he's closer, much closer. Come back when they put the lights up and get more, because they probably will put the lights up.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move we reduce the assessment and this up by 15% for obsolescence.
There a second?
Does that make sense?
Before you second that, I just want to make sure that we have exactly this right wording. Because 15% of reduction on the assessment might be taken as a total assessment reduction, and this only applies to the building unless you're going to apply something to the land also. So I'll tell you, basically right now, if we do a 15% economic obsolescence for this noise, it would bring the value down to 1,302,200. So I just want to make sure you're clear on that before you make a motion.
15,103.
Just on the building.
Correct.
I really think it should apply to both.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Can you do that?
I was wondering about that myself. Like what's the argument that the building is made obsolete by the noise, but not the land?
Honestly, I'm not making that argument. It's just, I just want to be clear on how we're.
Obsolescence usually applies to like the specific design or use of the building.
If it's functional,
right.
So in this case, it's economic or external, so it could easily apply to the land also.
I think it should apply to both.
Yeah, obsolescence is a funny description of it. I mean,
to use that term.
Yeah, it's really the opposite of like the view escalator or the access reduction. It's more similar. But I mean, if that's the best category we have, that's fine.
Can you not use noise? I guess.
Yeah.
Nuisance. Yeah.
Okay, so what would be the number, Pete? Is it 1.302 million?
Well, so I've now added a 15% reduction to the land for your conversation. It would be 1,262,800 if you have 15% reduction on the building and 15% reduction on the land.
Got what now?
1,262,800 total value.
We're multiplying 1,433,080 by 85%.
Effectively, it might not come exactly out to the same because of the calculation, but I'm assuming it should be similar. I actually made the no. Well, I mean, we're not talking about taking 15% off the value. We're talking about changing the adjustment from 5 to 15. So that's the way I took it, at least.
5 to 15.
Yeah. So it's a 10% further reduction, but 15% on the land.
So it's only 10.
It's 10 more on the building, but 15 more on the land. So, I mean,
you had done 5 on the building alone.
Correct.
So if we're saying 15 on both, you got to put 15 on the land and 10 on the building.
Correct. And that's the value you would have if you did that.
Is that what the motion?
So you want to try that again, Bob?
I move we
Let everyone know.
reduce the assessment from 1,433,800 to 1,262,800.
Correct.
Second.
Reflecting a 15% reduction in the house and in the land and a 10% reduction on the house.
Additional 10%.
Right. Additional, yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Aye. The 3 in favor, 2 opposed. That carries.
That carries. Yeah.
Lynn and I. Just for a smaller amount in my case, but yeah.
You want to,
Yeah.
does he want to say why or not necessarily?
I think it's too great. I think the reduction is too high.
Okay, got it.
And I think we're opening a can of worms for noise.
Dissenting voices, important tradition in America.
That's right.
Okay.
We all voted the same, people would be suspect.
Right.
So we will reevaluate this next year. I mean, that's not a part of this hearing or for you to worry about now, but we are gonna reevaluate these other homes that have sold this year for next year's reassessment.
Sure.
And so I can't promise that the 15% will be the same next year or not. And obviously the market itself is going to change up or down generally.
Shouldn't the 15% stay the same, but it'll be applied to a different base value based on the sales around?
So normally if we were sure that this 15% is appropriate at this point, we would just leave it on there, go forward. However,
you're saying additional sales may prove out a different.
Correct. And once we have a chance to look at these 2 sales, especially 555, and analyze exactly how that is coming out in relation to the new assessment and all of that, and if there are any other sales that take place, we might decide to adjust that 15%, and it could be based on what we find. We make it 20. It could be that we make it 10. I mean, I can't say now what it might be, but we always have the requirement that we reassess those things or redetermine those things as we have more information.
Okay. There any other business? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
There's a second?
What time is do we start on the next hearing? Are they all at 8 o'clock?
We start the next hearing at 9:30 on July 9th.
9:30?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the first hearing that we set up.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I think we had some hearings earlier, but they got moved to a different date.
Okay. So we can all sleep in.
Yes.
So did we reply to the request from Bearwood Properties for 1 hour of total time? I saw that marked in here. It was a application number 87. They would have gone off at 3:30. I saw.
So that's actually a request for less time than we assigned to it. And it's at the end of the period on the, I think that's on the 15th. No. 22nd. Yeah, those are the properties that moved to the 22nd. And there are 3 of them. So we've actually given them an hour and a half.
Okay.
Because your instructions in the past have always been, give us a half an hour for each property. We only made one exception to that this year because the 2 were identical, but
okay.
But yeah, so I don't think you really need to make that determination.
Okay.
For that property.
Sounds good. Is there a second on the motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we were adjourned at 3:51 p.m.
And thank you.